these things, I think it hit about 50-50 that I feel like they were worth updating. And then the other time I feel like they're just hindrance. And almost every time they do an update, it comes packed with glitches or bugs that just iron themselves out over a week's course kind of thing. Where I assume people report the bugs and stuff, and they'll just self-correct. And by self-correct, I mean someone else takes care of them.
With regards to
Instagram or YouTube, how they're always doing updates and little minor changes to things and everything. Dude, my I'm not sure if you know or not, the mobile app version of YouTube, the one that probably is primarily used by most people, you know, it has the background player. You can play a video, but you can like lock screen your phone and put it in your pocket and keep an earbud in and listen to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
For the past week, mine does this thing where if you lock screen your phone and put it away, and if you're listening, it'll play for about 30 seconds and then it'll stop. And then like you can hit like your little play button and it might play again, or you might have to get your phone out, and it's weird. Like the mini player when it comes down is weird right now. Like it's just whatever update that mine most recently got, it has not been a compatible update.
See, I usually have the opposite problem where I'm trying to get it to fucking stop playing, and I've hit stop, I've moved away, but the thing's still playing, and I have to go back into YouTube again and go back to the video to fucking try it again. It's annoys the crap out of me.
I have that problem with Instagram sometimes. You know, when you close Instagram, it's supposed to close. Like there's no built-in background player to Instagram. Mine will start background playing. Like my phone I'll be off the app and in another app, and it's still playing the most recent reel that was playing. Like, well, that's just...
Yep. Let's complain about social media, like old people.
Happy 4th of July, Rob.
Is it? I woke up. Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah,
I woke up this morning and I would not want to get up.
And yet you did it.
I did, because fucking I love you for some reason.
I'm straight lovable.
Some people say you got a face only your mother could love, but your dad loves you too. So,
against all odds, here I am.
Here I am.
Rock you like a hurricane.
Oh God! Look at that, freaky Louie up.
Happy 4th, true believers. Happy 4th to you, Louie. Happy 4th to you as well, Bleeker. Good to see you in here this morning. Christina Payne, happy 4th of July to you. And God said, let there be light. And there was. And happy 4th of July to none other than Stephanie.
And tonight there will be.
She got that sword out quick. Ah! Happy 4th of July.
Oh, God damn. Look at that.
Oh,
Yeah, baby.
It's like I'm trying to turn on the volume of my phone. It won't do it though.
See what we're talking about? Yeah.
Wow.
Happy freedom to you, beautiful people.
What an amazing, beautiful flag. Lady. Yeah. Boy.
Austin LeMay.
Yeah.
You know, I would be, this is like the perfect opportunity for just a second. Austin's here and Lady, Madam's here. God damn, Lady. So going live today for the next 2 weeks, we kicked off our first experiment on the new website, the comicscuringcancer.org. Live right now, we have our first auction of 2 sketch covers that Madam, would you want to tell us about this? So how this went down and what this is all about? No, she doesn't. She's muted.
Yes, I can speak to that. I was muted. I couldn't get my phone down. Eddie G, the comic guy, and I decided to do a Poison Ivy battle against each other, a duel. And that's my version. She's on a Polaroid. She's got some tattoos.
Oh,
She's she's got some blood in there. That's my version.
love
And
it.
Eddie G's is it is appropriately on a Batman cover. Thank you.
Yeah.
Eddie G's like just knocked it out of the park, if you ask me. Like, look at this thing. It is insanely great.
Beautiful.
I mean, all those white dots even on the back color he chose was delightful. So yeah. He kicked my ass.
So but this will be running for the next 2 weeks. This is we're beta testing our auction capability on the Comics Curing Cancer website. So you'll be able to go to comicscuringcancer.org, go to the items, and you'll see these 2 items are listed there for auction, and you can see right here clearly displayed how much time is remaining left on the auction for those items. So if you're interested, make sure go check that comicscuringcancer.org, and we'll be talking about it throughout the next couple of weeks. So we can see how this works out. Because ideally, what we'd love to be able to do is this year during the auctions, we'll have our traditional online auction, is to put some of the bigger pieces that people, have in the past wanted to participate in, but you have to be there for that 1 minute. That we could put some more bigger pieces. Instead of trying to have that featured item, we could have them here, and we throughout the show can be able to go back to them and check in on them and let people know about them. So that way people have that opportunity to participate throughout the auction event without missing out. So anyways.
Smart.
Yes.
Hey, good morning,
Hey.
Lady Fantastic.
I heard you'd
All
be
right.
serving freedom fries for breakfast.
Oh, that's right.
America.
Be a
And I'll
freedom
be,
fry
and
buffet.
I'll be, and
I
I'll
dropped
be
them.
serving Freedom Fist at 9 p.m. It's gonna be great.
I should mention one last thing on that. The reason I said that with Madam and Austin was that Austin is, of course, if you don't know, Austin is helping out with us on the C3 crew. He is our web administrator and such. So we thank him very much for helping us to figure this out without an instruction manual.
I would say he's our friend,
I would
not
say
our web
Austin did that
administrator,
thing
but that's where me
where
and
I
Rob are
pulled out.
different.
He's both.
I gotta go let my kitty outside.
How you
I-
doing, Freaky Louie?
Yeah, Louis, your
Yeah,
chest
baby.
is fully pumped. I'm very excited.
Cliff, can you pencil me in for 9:02?
That's a different kind of punching, baby.
I want to be second, but
You know,
Just
and
saying,
there's
baby.
listen,
yeah,
there's
check out
all sorts
Louis'
of
gym, baby. Look at
there's
this
all
shit.
sorts of- I
Cruiser
love
bag. I got my weight stuff.
I have
Yeah.
a question.
Yeah,
I have a
boy.
question.
Go back to the
Yeah,
pool.
Freaky.
The what?
The pool.
The pool. All right, that's who
That's
knows
all
about
he's-
this pool, right?
That's
And
that
that's how you keep it nice and
$29.97
dry.
special right now. That's the summer hit right now.
Bro, and that's how you keep it nice and dry from the moldy grossie. Keep it in the garage, nice and dry, bro. I learned my lesson.
Keeps the alligators out too.
Aw,
Oh no, it
nice.
does not. It attracts them actually.
Having it like that in your garage attracts them.
They'll find
Yeah,
it.
dude. Like I mean, can you blame them? There's snacks and water just waiting. Like they have no soul. Gators just like, ooh, yummy. They don't
Okay.
care.
Oh, they're like
dinosaurs.
they're like they're the gingers of the reptile.
Yes, yes.
Well,
Careful there.
Okay,
Well-
but first of all,
Look at
Louis
that,
himself is
boy.
a ginger. Let us be careful, all right?
Well-
I'm
Let's
being facetious. Who the fuck actually thinks that the gingers have no soul? Come on.
Oh my God, you have no idea. By the way, Mark, you're like an undercover
Ooh.
ginger. I don't want to hear it.
It's
So
true. We feel nothing.
There's nothing undercover
You
about
feel
it.
nothing. You feel
Look in our
less pain.
eyes.
That's true.
if you cut us, we do not bleed.
Louis, I felt your sweaty body. You feel
She said, "If you cut
I
us, we do
understand.
not bleed."
Yeah, boy.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Man,
Yeah, I wasn't gonna let you guys stop.
And Rob, when you say who actually thinks gingers have no soul, you don't visit me. I will show you just so much ignorance in just one afternoon
you'll introduce me.
while we're eating sushi from
Cliff, I've seen the internet.
right. No, but I live it. Like you know how like you go about your day, you're like, that's some internet BS, right? And then like you meet someone who's like telling it to you like it's a fact, and you're just there's a piece of you is dying inside when it's happening.
No, I
I
understand
think
that.
we've
I
all
mean,
been to
we've
Walmart,
I've-
right? We've all
Well,
been there.
even worse, even more than that.
Yeah.
Here's the reality. I've said in my past, one of the best things ever for me going away, because I grew up here in the San Francisco Bay Area. The best thing ever for me was going away to military college in Vermont.
Yeah.
Because
Culture shock.
when I was there, I met people with very different points of view, and that I used to think that when they talked about them on the news, it was like, who the fuck actually thinks that shit?
The guys in Vermont.
And then they were not Vermont. They'd be the guys who came from like Boston and some of these other places.
Guys.
And I'd meet them, and I'm like, oh,
fuck.
oh, you people
real.
do exist. Holy cow. So no, I get it. I understand that. Unfortunately, there's a lot of that stuff, but god damn it, people, I was being facetious.
We know.
Oh, and I know you're being facetious, but
I just thought you were speaking for all of us who believed it.
We're just taking false offense because we love to take offense.
Although I gotta tell you,
Good morning, Beckerman. How are you?
Since he is an undercover ginger, Mark really does represent the soullessness, and
that's just his eyes.
He's a good.
It's only when you look into them while you're making love to Mark that his eyes are soulless.
He makes that fucking.
I really dig it because the
face
Mark ever looked was Psycho
Rob would know. Rob would know.
No, look, Mark's O face is the one where he's going. That's his O face. He's like.
That's it, baby.
That's
the
it.
Dahmer O. He puts on the Dahmer glasses. To make love.
Just say Dahmer Rob was hot. I was like, oh my god, Dahmer Rob. Why the fuck do I keep saying Rob? Dahmer Mark was hot. I was like, take a bite out of me, bitch.
I thought he was going to create some secret software to compromise like intelligence.
How do you know I didn't?
You look like a fucking evil like Zuckerberg ain't got shit on you.
He was gonna flood Batman.
You look like one of them. You look like early.
Yeah, I was gonna flood
Valley.
Gotham.
I'm gonna kill all of you motherfuckers with my code. That's the kind of vibe you were bringing. But that's
rightfully so.
I like your bandana, Mark.
Pulled it off.
I like your bandana.
Well, hers is a tiara. God. Some people.
I just love the Wonder Woman of it all this morning.
What? Wondrous woman. Woman of wonder.
I'm so sorry.
You're Wondrous woman and not Wonder Woman.
Not Wonder Woman.
Yeah, because that's trademark adjacent as opposed to
right. It's parody as opposed to copyright infringement.
He makes that face when he's like, eh.
Plus, I feel like kind of an adequate Wonder Woman.
Turtle sound.
I don't want to say anything.
Exactly where I got it immediately.
But the aspect ratio of your flag seems off to me.
This one?
No. I was talking about Louise.
Oh, okay, Louise. Oh, I see your flag. Oh,
it's a little square.
Yeah,
it's a little square.
Louise a square.
Where's the rest of it? Did you cut it off? Was it fraying?
It's hip to be square.
No, it's my bandana for work, and I'm just saving it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, right. Tamara.
Right. No, I have something else for entertainment.
Oh, where is Cliff? I have a question for you. Women have been talking about you behind your back, specifically us women.
Caroline's been talking about you behind your back.
We've been talking about you. Me and Madam and Christina have been talking. And
I know it's the best part of your weekend. I know.
Yes.
Well, and we're in a debate because while I think it would be great, I told them I don't think that you're amenable to it. But they were like, we need Cliff as a roommate. I'm like, I don't think he wants to room with girls. I don't think he gives a fuck about girls. I think he wants to be in his natural habitat with males. Now we need to hear it. Now tell us yes or no. Just tell us.
As Louis is doing his workout in front of us, so I could just be completely.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. I'm just like, I can't.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm busy thinking about.
I think he would like to talk with us. I don't think the man wants to room with us.
No, and by the way,
last time, I think the man has probably It's probably.
I probably have fucked him up with trust. I mean,
I can speak.
Yeah, you definitely have fucked me up with trust. That was, the trust fall exercise. You took it to the opposite end and you multiplied it by 10 million.
Well, I can speak.
Floor.
I can speak raising.
I'm like, oh my God, I'm in pain. This is upsetting. I really need to do this.
I just wanted to help you.
You wanted to help me.
That's just pro gaslighter over here.
Right. I'm in there dying. I'm in there absolutely dying and scrubbing stuff with white tea shampoo, courtesy of the Westin. And, and then I come out, and what do I come out to? You doubled over in laughter, and madam with a look on her face that looks like a dog that just got slapped by a newspaper. Like, it's just that was my trauma of the weekend.
I knew this was gonna happen. This is the one thing.
And you know what's messed up? It is the most embarrassing thing that I fear when I travel, right? And it's the one thing she didn't want.
It had to be you. I'm sorry, it had to be you.
Do you understand that Izzy is still harping on what a diva I am because I was demanding 2 toilets, right? Because I was so afraid of something like this happening. And then this actually happened, and then you twisted it and you made it the most horrifying it could be.
It was the perfect storm, Chris.
It was the perfect storm.
It was the perfect storm.
It was really funny. I mean,
it's a great story. I'm never going to trust you again, but it's a great story.
I won't do it again. I won't.
And you know what? And you're lucky you're a lady, because my friends who I don't trust, I do? I snatch their pinky and I twist it and I go, "You effing with me? Are you serious?"
Yes.
I'm sorry. And then I go.
Yeah, boy.
It was well, I had to suffer anyways, because she was like, she made me have to go in and get all the makeup. And by the 3rd trip, it was a little tough.
Hey, I had to find the eyeliner, all right? And that was tough because everything looked like eyeliner at one point.
Yeah, Cliff is not a diva. He was
Excuse
Yeah, baby.
Oh, Christina and her fake boyfriend are going out.
Woo!
Freedom weights. Oh my God.
Mark, I don't know if I can continue to show up if there's going to be exercise involved at all, let alone this
Changing the culture, baby.
What is this, the Olympics?
Rob, what are you doing?
I'm reading.
And if anyone is making me into a diva,
Thank you, Lady F.
If I have something for you, Mark, will you make me big?
I bet Mark doesn't hear that from the ladies too often.
In this day and age, more than you'd imagine.
Hey.
I brought something back from
Oh my God.
Heroes Con, and I thought it just might be of interest to someone here on the panel.
It's the white tea. It's the white tea.
The white tea.
That's right, boy.
It's the white tea lotion.
The shit.
So,
The lotion is the memory of the event. And
yes,
that's
this will have the scent in it, Cliff, so I can smell this anytime I want.
And it'll remind you of the toilet.
And it'll remind me of you going.
No, it'll remind me. It'll remind him of coming up to me with his big hand, going, "Smell my hand."
It's true though. It smelled like nothing but white tea, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I did have to take this as a little souvenir. So
I love it. I love it.
I love you, Cliff.
Yeah. Well, we would like to have you as a roommate, like in theory, but I understand in practice, I've taken it to a point to where that can never happen.
Trust has been broken.
I've crossed the line. So,
But if you want to know for the very low price of a lot of money during Comic Screen Winter, you can know all the dirt that happened during time.
There you go.
Put all of it on a heart.
the gossip part.
Every detail that happened with Cliff and everything on a heart. So if you want to know, Madam wrote it down a heart, and you can bid on it and know The details.
And she was
That's what happened during your last therapy
Or-
session.
She was not slightly buzzed when she made
Or
that at
Cliff
all.
can buy it to keep it all secret.
Wait, what was that lady fan?
Exactly, Rob.
Took
Exactly.
down
said-
the minutes.
Madam was not. She was not slightly buzzed when she made that. She was 100% so.
100,
Yes,
perfect.
and everything on there is accurate that I wrote down.
It's on both
And
sides.
some of it is me. Some of it on the back, I wrote stuff. So I was like,
I wrote stuff.
what?
She was like, "Give me this, you drunk bitch." And what happened was,
Yeah, I was like, it's bad. What did I write? White tea bathroom adventure, something like that. You know?
I think I wrote something on the back about Cliff annihilating my bathroom. Or something.
yes, there was a word annihilation. I think was
Annihilation.
there was an annihilation event.
I like how I went right from the gym.
Weapons of
to the
mass
comic
destruction
book.
is bantied about quite
Awesome.
frequently. But
Freaky Louie's just speaking all my sex languages this morning. You know?
And I just bring it down.
Men know men. It's just what it is, baby.
I'm doing nothing for you, Cliff. Right? Nothing.
No, there's nothing. There's nothing.
I
going
don't know
on
shit.
there. And also,
I don't
well,
know.
well, Rob, now I know how tall you are, which means that
Come on, give me a fat opinion.
If you room with us, you're probably gonna see some nipples.
Yeah.
Because
Blasting my nips.
I saw a lot. There was a lot of
saw-
titties flopping out.
I saw
that's why-
plenty. I saw plenty of man chest in my room. But
Yeah,
I mean, I guess maybe I am a bit of a diva, or I am.
But you're the only princess.
Well, I'm just
That
a
can be in
bitch.
the
I don't
fucking-
know. But like, I'm just saying, like, I want things. Digger Jim, I love you. I love you. Like, you and Brother John have such a special place in my Heroes Con heart. You have no idea. You know? Because outside of Izzy and Cuppy, y'all are the first and the last. You know?
The alpha and the omega,
That's
The Alpha
right.
and Omega, yes.
That's right.
to put it
They're
into
the-
biblical terms.
They're the first. They're the first. Like, come to the party YouTubers I saw, and the last on the way out at Hardee's. It was great.
Love it.
Well,
I
brother
gotta
John,
go, guys. I gotta get ready for work.
No, Louie, no, don't
I
go.
know. I'm so mean. If I can get an edge with
God.
Hey, thank you for hopping on. You have a good day and happy birthday
you
to you and America.
yes,
Hey,
right? Come on,
listen,
baby.
yeah.
I need you to
thank you for
massage
getting
the
Cliff
hell,
primed.
massage
You
the hell out of
did.
those gators.
That's what I do.
You got me primed up like a
I will,
butter
dude. Oh,
fried
so
rib
good.
goes to a smoker.
Enjoy your new job. For those that don't know, Louis is now a guard at Alligator Alcatraz.
Ooh. No, I'm a massage therapist there.
Massage
Yeah.
therapist. at Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah. Well, what he does is
For
that
the
he
gators.
massages.
First of all, he massages the
Listen.
gators.
He was not just a gator.
Yeah, he massages gator cloacas.
They don't
So they
die.
fucking.
Right, he keeps them
Move shit.
primed and riled up.
And I don't mind a good cloaca massage, but you know, it takes a special hand and special training. So,
Yeah.
and you have to be
Oh,
a
and,
little
um,
reptilian.
And then rooming with girls, raising a daughter, I really my suspicions are
insane.
confirmed. Girls got the cooties. I freaking knew it, and now it's freaking confirmed. Yucky. So hard pass.
You waited until you had a
Yeah,
daughter
I
to
love
find
your
it out.
background.
You should have figured it out before you got married.
No, dude, I was bamboozled. I tells you what.
Just ask Jack. He's been intermingling with the cooties for years,
It's
living
true.
with
I
it.
got them
I'm
antibodies,
just
bitches.
downright infected. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's like 28 years later with this motherfucker.
It brain rotted me out completely.
Zombified.
My wife's gone for the week, and I miss her. What's up with that?
I know. See, who needs that, brother? Yucky. Feelings are for the weak.
I know.
But I love you
married
guys.
somebody
Happy
that
Fourth,
loves them
everybody. Hope you guys have the best.
I
ever.
know,
love
I
all you
know.
goons to the death of me. Cannot wait for Heroes, friends. Yes. Mwah, mwah. Love your background, Christina and Madam. Love you guys so much, bro. You know how we do in the house of Lou, baby boo. Damn it, catch my breath.
Wait a second. Both hands hit his cheeks, and he disconnected. What did he click with his mouth? What did he use to click
Yeah.
with his?
That's right.
The mystery body part. That
Cliff
you know.
knows. Cliff knows.
Cliff, well, I'm sorry. I love you, and I'm sorry. I hope I didn't destroy everything for you.
It's
It was-
okay. And remember, the word is annihilation.
I know. And I saw you too, and I could see it. I could see it building up. You guys came from breakfast, and I could see your uncomfortable sitting and like kind of a sweat building up. And then finally, you just going, I got to go. And you know what? I understand that feeling. At the same time, I did not have any compunction or remorse about not saying anything.
Yeah, you were like, get in
You
there,
offered
big
in
guy.
the bathroom.
You
You
need
offered
it.
it.
It's natural. Just jump right on in.
We all poop, Cliff. We
You offered
all
it to
poop.
Cliff. Yeah.
Get
It was
in there and
great.
let loose.
It was great. I guess I'm just
anyone
happy.
For anyone who is not caught up on the story, after Cliff went into my bathroom, we were all hanging out and we couldn't hear Cliff in the bathroom. We just knew Cliff was in the bathroom for a long
No,
time.
this is what this bitch said.
Long
I hope he's
time.
not going through my makeup. And I was like, he probably is. He probably is. That's what
The
he
last
thought.
thing I was doing, the only thing I was going through her makeup for was like, oh my God, what can I use to spray? Like, what can I do?
So little unbeknownst to us in the room, we just thinking Cliff's in there a long time, but he's in there. She's flushed at least 6 times by now. And now he's frantically searching around the bathroom for something to clean the toilet with because it's bad.
His hands.
So he uses his hands
And
some
toilet
white shampoo from the shower, and personally washes my toilet.
Scrubs his feces.
Okay, y'all are making it sound worse. I mean, I
You're bad. I gross people out.
and then I shampooed.
I'm one of those people where it's like they either think it's funny or they're like, she's gross. She's not funny. She's just being vulgar.
Oh my
I
god!
gotta tell you, I only like only two people have actually laughed from this story.
What,
You
us
know?
two?
And yeah, like outside of you folks, only 2 people have laughed from the story. Most of them are just a little
Put off.
horrified, you know.
We didn't
And,
get all the details.
Mark's reaction was the best. He didn't even laugh. He goes,
That's fucked up.
I guess that's funny. He's like, I can see how it's funny, but like it's really kind of like a betrayal of. And I was like, and Mark is
Neither one of y'all were the fucking eldest daughter, and it shows. Okay, you got to have a level of control and cruelty to keep things measured, but you got to let them know. No,
yeah.
it was mean older sister energy, and I take responsibility for that. And I'm sorry.
It's scary though.
Cliff, I can't tell you nothing has made me feel closer to you. I love you so much.
I'm
Why
sorry.
don't you just get up and go to your damn room and do that?
It wasn't one of those situations. It was a fallout situation. We
Yeah,
had
like,
gotten. We had
I'm just
gotten.
saying.
You realize I didn't have my own room, right? Like I'm in their room in their hotel. Like it,
hours.
yeah.
We did
So
have
like
2 bathrooms.
let me remind you that this has only activated my diva self further to want to actually
Weston.
stay in the Westin next time.
Well, you got to,
Of course you are.
but not with us.
Oh hell no!
Not that you're not invited.
Not that you're not invited, but
But I
Don't
did.
worry, I'll come
I
over.
did say
I'll
Cliff could
come
stay
over for
with
the
us.
cocktail
I did
hour.
say that.
Wait, sorry, Christina, what'd you say?
I said Cliff could stay with us. I said
I
he
know.
would be an amazing person to stay with us.
Oh, I mean, it would be
Turn us
fun.
down.
But I can't room with women. It's
Turn
like
us down.
it's just too much, you know. And it's
There's
so
only
funny
one
because
queen.
y'all were close to exactly what I imagined it was going to be. Right? we're like, I'm almost in this outfit. Grab my ends, pull. I mean, at one point, Madam needs to be pulled into something. And at another point, Christina's like, girls, I need both of you. And I don't even know what happened. But the next thing I know, Christina's skin tight in the Invisible Woman. You know, and I was like, see, this is the kind of support. Y'all, this is why y'all needed to be together. You need to support one another.
well,
You know?
I get up on the last day and I open the door and Christina just fucking flashes me. And I'm like, what's up? And then And then there was fucking Madam. She's talking to me, and I'm like, Madam, your nipples hanging out. Like, love you. But it's staring at me, bro. Put that shit up. Put that shit up. I don't need to see it.
I mean, we were in the same bed. It was just kind of like this moment.
Titties everywhere, y'all.
At one point, I was helping Christina get into an outfit. I think both of my hands were on both of her boobs, and I was squeezing them together. And I just
Well,
felt like
you made me glitter them bitches down.
Send the love now.
They were handing me fucking glitter, like, "Hey, smother my titties with these." I'm like, okay.
That sounds like my college days.
Yeah, I bet. Glitter smothering days.
That and my early days in radio.
Hello, Paul.
Oh, hey,
The time I got yelled at by two ladies because I wasn't paying attention to them while I was holding their bare breasts.
Oh, bless your heart.
What?
Yeah, so I used to work.
Can you imagine past that?
No, it was even more. It was like I was literally not even looking at them. So I was working for the rock station here, and we were at an event. Actually, it was an event called a Bondage a Go-Go in San Francisco. It used to be a very big warehouse party where clothing was, a lot of people were in clothing optional attire for Halloween. And I was there at the radio station, and I'm there with the DJ who's doing his set, and I'm talking through. While I'm doing this stuff with him, I'm helping the promotions people at the same time. And I'm talking to him about his next set that's coming up, when he's communicating back with the station about when his upcoming break. At the same time, they were doing temporary tattoos because it was the early 90s, and that was what radio stations did. And these people were coming up, and most of the women were coming out, and they'd pull out their tits and want tattoos on their tits. And so you're sitting there with wet sponges, whatever, and you're holding it down to put the transfer. At one point, I had two ladies dressed up like barbarians or whatever, chest exposed, and I had one hand on one girl's breast and another hand on another girl's breast. But I was talking to the DJ, and they started getting pissed at me because I wasn't paying attention. They started yelling at me. I was like, "What?" And they're like, "You're holding our breasts, and you're not even paying attention to us. You should be paying attention to us when you're holding our breasts." And I'm like, "Honey, you're the 50th fucking set of tits I've had in my hands today. I really don't give a shit."
It's just like, see, that's disrespectful.
Was the
like the glamour is? Y'all know the glamour is gone. The glamour is gone.
Look, the glamour is never gone.
Look, this event. This is the. It was fully exposed.
Fully exposed.
Yeah, there was no top.
Dang.
Look.
So they were bottoms only barbarians.
Rob must be an ass man, because as a boob man, I can tell you, I'm always willing to give free breast exams, anything that I need to do.
Jim, you've never been to this event. This event will desensitize you so badly. I mean, look,
you'll never enough titty. Not only
that I had held so many that evening, and it was all around you, but. It's at one point in the evening, because again, guys, I'm telling this story and I'm old, so my pager had gone off.
Ooh,
and so I had gone to the payphone to call. She was my girlfriend at the time.
He knew you were touching titty.
So this is before I was married. So, but still my wife that I'm calling, because I was my girlfriend. And I'm talking to her on the phone, and all of a sudden I turn around, and there's another guy on the phone next to me, completely naked, just going ham hog on the phone right behind me. Payphone. It's just up on the wall. There's no boost. There's no nothing else. He's just turn back around, and yeah. So, honey.
Wow.
This was San Francisco?
Yes.
No, there you go.
Yeah, I know
San Francisco in the 90s.
I was gonna say probably early 90s.
Rob, look, you know what you were getting. The event was called the Exotic Erotic Ball. I mean, it wasn't. It was at the time. It was a well-known event for what was instilled there. It was not my normal cup of tea, but
right.
You know what? They paid me decently money to go to events, drink beer, and smoke cigarettes. And I thought that radio was my future. Little did I know that radio was a no future for anyone.
No.
Yes, madam.
Rob, did you tell your wife on that payphone that you were holding other girls' breasts?
My wife knows all about what I was doing. What I was doing.
She knows all about it.
Yeah, she was at some of the. She'd gone to some of the events and seen what we were doing and stuff. I mean, it wasn't. She
So
wouldn't
she
care.
saw this right now. She wouldn't be like, Rob, you never told
It wasn't like I was like going around. Oh, you would like a tattoo on your boobies, or then like trying to pick them up or something. I was like, I didn't care. It was just.
It sounds like you were very good at multitasking because 2 boobs and having to talk or whatever. And that sounds like it's a lot.
It really is. It really. I mean, it seems so to most people. It seems like, oh wow, I'd be paying so much attention, and to the women, I'm sure it did. But really, it wasn't even just that event. It was just something that happens like at every event we would go to in the 90s. We were giving out these stupid temporary tattoos, and this was rock and roll. This was the rock station. So all these women all the time thought that was like the most rock and roll thing to do was to whip out a tit and have you put a temporary tattoo on them. And so it didn't matter if it was a Pearl Jam concert, it didn't matter if it was Exotic Rock Ball, whatever else. All the time it was happening. And it lost its luster.
Sound like heaven to me, man. I think we got 2 different versions of what is important. Look, this is box number 3. I'm just saying.
Excellent. 3. Good for you. Good for you, Jim. Number 3.
I'm moving my way on up.
Ooh. You're going to call me when you get to 23?
I don't know if you're trying to get
there.
I think I'm on box 33 or something like that now.
Is mostly Mardi Gras is like mostly tourists coming to the quarter, and you get basically this population of females that are too young to be showing their titties that want to flash, and a population of females that are too old to be showing their titties that want to flash, and then the exact population that you want.
Speaking of flash,
won't do that.
Won't do that. No, really.
You want to flash? You
I
get
get
a
money
flash.
when I show my tits.
What is
Speaking
going
of
on?
flashing up,
That was perfect. That was perfect timing.
flashed right in.
I say for card, I would say for cardstock variant who made this in my 90s were very different. Well, it was also the time before. This was the time that we hadn't even gotten Girls Gone Wild yet. So the girls were getting ready to get wild.
Man, some people really cashed in on that. I'd say.
That's right.
It was the dawning of the age of Aquarius, age of Aquarius.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that in the theater, and everyone gets naked on stage. And I was with my parents.
Was that in Jesus Christ Superstar?
No, it was hair. It was hair.
Hair. Same difference,
hair.
right?
And I saw it on stage. And I was about 10, and everyone takes their clothes off. All the actors take their clothes off, and then afterwards they want a big dance party for the audience to come up to stage to dance with them. And my parents are like, go on, Stephanie, go up there. I'm like, no,
with that voice,
crazy. Go up there, Stephanie.
Okay, mom. Yes, you say, okay, mom. Let's just start taking your clothes off and see what she says.
No, really.
Then, not in front of your father. Well, I mean,
this is just
what TV class? Good TV.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Quality talk TV is what you were going to say.
Yeah. Crazy.
You know,
it's better than half the talk TV out there, honestly.
Oh my God.
So,
Night, how you doing?
Oh, pretty good. I am out of town in my in-laws. Well, one of my in-laws' places. And by the way, I am on a road and people are going by left and right. So if like noise bothers everybody, y'all let me know. I don't know what y'all can hear on my end.
Just don't get hit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I won't go in the street.
that would end the stream pretty bad.
Yeah.
Pretty tragic street.
Yeah.
Why is Flash not moving?
So did you go to your in-laws just to take them to see the new Jurassic Park movie?
All right. Well, that was.
I have not. I've been somewhere between driving and
And
less vacation than most vacation.
That translates to driving in the twilight zone, Rob. Somewhere between the two.
Yeah.
I know Mark has been itching to talk about it, but was it just everything I said it was going to be, Mark?
1000%, Rob.
Great, excellent. Then I don't need to see it.
Yeah, I was
talking about the new Jurassic Park movie. I said that I had said, look, I don't need to see the movie because I've seen it the first 5 times. It's people go to an island. There are dinosaurs. Dinosaurs chase people. Some of the people die, but the main people survive.
Yeah, so I've told
and no less. And I'm sorry, I forgot to leave out. I left out the part for Mark because I didn't want to spoil the ending. But here it comes. And no lessons are really learned. No, right now I can spoil it. No lessons are really learned.
That's actually that one they detoured. There is a lesson in this one. There is and it's not forefronted much. It isn't like
pig and elephant DNA just don't mix.
So there's like there's really if you go back to the very first Jurassic Park, which is a cinematic masterpiece and an all-time American film, there is a lesson in there. There's a couple of lessons in there, but like the whole there's a theme to it. The whole life will find a way thing, it reoccurs throughout the film in different parts of it and for different reasons. And that's kind of where they left having like any kind of message or theme with the franchise. It was really with the first one. After that, they're just they're just popcorn flicks after that.
Right.
Ultimately, they tried to do it with number 2 because there's an actual book for number 1 and 2. After that, it's just a film franchise. It's not adapting any source material.
Right.
And this far into a franchise, if you don't know what to expect or know what you're signing up for, that's on you. But if you enjoy the Jurassic Park franchise, you will have a blast with this movie. It is an installment in the Jurassic Park franchise. I think the trailers made it more blasé than it was. Like we're going to an island to get samples. Like, why would y'all fucking do this? Well, everyone was hoodwinked. I agree, Rob. Everyone was hoodwinked. Going to an island full of dinosaurs was never, ever told to anybody. They were all hoodwinked. So like that actually helped with the plot. But I feel like the trailer made the plot a little dumber than it was, if that makes sense.
The dinosaur guy had to know what they were doing.
So no, the dinosaur guy isn't an actual so there's more to them. I don't want to spoil it. So
spoilers,
he was the most hoodwinked out of all of them. He's literally he works at like a museum basically, and he's an advisor that gets double hoodwinked. And another cool thing to think about here, Jim, another cool thing that I didn't even think about, because we're through this era in the franchise, right, where dinosaurs are out in the world. And one thing I didn't think about is how do they adapt to the world, not to people being in the world, but how do they adapt to the world 65 million years later? And how long are their lifespan with there only being so few of them compared to how many were around 65 million years ago? So they're actually franchise timeline wise, it was super well handled, and I really, really like what they did. And just to spoil it for you, dinosaurs at this point in the timeline only exist in like small little areas, only on the equator at that, because like the climate of the equator versus the rest of the world, temperature, oxygen levels, vegetation, stuff like that, they only exist there.
Do you think there's a hidden message in that?
No, I didn't get into the message because I don't want to get into the message, but there is a recurring message of the movie. And if you want to know what it is, it's kind of about like medical research accessibility.
I just want to say for
everybody who's they're going there for.
I thought it was about the environment a little bit too.
No. Like that's not a secret, and there's not anything heavy-handed about the equator having a different climate than the poles of our planet. I don't think that's controversial.
No, I don't.
It is if you're a flat earther.
I'm just saying. There's
all right. I don't think there's anything controversial about the center of our Earth having a different climate than the ring of our Earth.
Here's the thing that's always bugged me about it. It totally makes sense that they have to be closer to the equator. It fits their environment that they had millions of years ago. All of that I understand. Yeah. All of that I get.
Have you seen it yet? Did you watch it?
Hell yeah, 9:30 yesterday morning, baby.
Hell yeah, let's go.
I'm just saying, my point is, let me back up because you got me off of dazzle. I think that the one thing that I found most annoying in the movie.
I haven't seen it. I'm going to see it with my kids. So I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, I'm not. No, there's no
We're not
spoil
doing
here.
spoilers.
This is just going to be annoying things.
We're
This
beating
is
around
this
the
is what
bush.
bugged me, and I know they have to do this, but I'm like, you just said it, right? This is what 20 some years. Dinosaurs have been around, right?
14 years after the events of the last movie, right?
Right.
22 years after Jurassic World.
And one of the guys, Christina, is like a museum, dinosaur museum guy, right? So he's kind of knowledgeable.
Yeah, he's a paleontologist who works in a museum.
But
Spoilers.
When they they end up on the island, they're all of them are just like, oh my God, that's a dinosaur. And he's huge. I mean, I know it's dramatic, but it's
do you remember the beginning? Do you remember how they talked him into going?
That's an homage to the original movie.
I know.
Yeah, so first off, the dinosaurs on that island aren't anywhere but on that island. And
Right.
Jim, what did you do when he made that face at those? I know exactly what scene you're talking about, and it was literally my favorite scene in the movie.
It was because
It was
something
amazing.
he said it. He said, "You're just a guy that works at a zoo."
Yeah,
If you've never been to see one,
until you go, you're just a guy who works at a zoo and pets dinosaurs.
And yeah, I mean, well, it wasn't the same, and you knew that was going to happen. But there were so many things that you know what would have been awesome if Disney had just done a 360 and
this was Universal.
Oh well, Universal had just done a 360 and just been like,
and humans were on display. The dinosaurs came to visit them.
Crump down on that and let that little girl just get.
That would have been rough. Oh, how intense was that entire segment with the T-Rex?
To me, was the highlight.
Yeah,
for me personally, I was on my seat like this, going. Even though I was like, no, right? They're not doing that, right?
Just to reiterate, I just want to bring it all back so everybody's clear here. The original Jurassic Park movie came out in 1993. That same year I was talking about with my hands on girls' boobs.
And what did it originate from?
Michael Crichton's novel.
Okay.
Well, from even before that, yes. But I'm saying the first. I'm saying is that the first movie is 93, which is fucking older than half these people.
Yeah, the novel was called.
The novel was called.
I mean, because I had to look it up because I was curious. Because all of a sudden when we talked about it, I remember, and again because I'm fucking old, I remember using Jurassic Park as a demonstration piece for demonstrating the difference between hi-fi VCRs versus non-hi-fi VCRs to sell people.
I just remember when I went to go see
the movie.
I
they got the director for the job. Gareth Edwards is the director for the job. The script. The script is the place where this is potential. The script is the place where this is potentially like weaker a little bit.
Oh, yeah, Austin might have been reborn in 93, but he was not born in 93.
Yeah, the script is the place where it's a little bit weaker. It's plagued with a bunch of like kind of little corny dialogue moments. It's the summer movie popcorn flick script.
It was
like
exactly what I wanted it to be.
It's made to move fast, like they give you the little exposition scenes to give their characters back. Like we introduce characters pretty fast along the way in the first X amount of time, so they have to have these little somber moments of conversing back and forth just to give you their entire backstory in this one exposition.
Oh, dialogue.
So you know how to there's dialogue through it all, but the exposition dump, the lore dump, like they lore dump a couple of characters at the same time, so you're supposed to know how to perceive them so that their feats look you understand their motivation for their feats, which works very well for Mashallah Ali, because that dude was one goal oriented for the whole movie, and old Duncan was a badass.
I do not understand the end there with the flare. That should have disappeared.
Yeah, dude, as soon as you shot him, like, it's coming back. It's coming back.
That flare should have disappeared. That's
did
all I'm
any of
gonna
y'all watch the end of Squid Games, the final Squid Games season?
No. And I love Korean shows, but I only
I
watched
stayed at a Holiday
one.
Inn once.
I watched the first Jurassic Park at the theater with my friends, and it was 93, so I happened to be a little.
You had to line up for hours ahead of time.
I happened to be in a little altered state, Rob, when I went to go see that
Well-
for the first time in the theater.
But that was also those were
When that
those were
dinosaur
the
was chomping on the glass, and in the theater, I was like in my chair like this.
yeah, but that was also the time but you had to wait 4 or 5 hours in line ahead of time to
Yeah.
get in and try to get a good seat.
No,
We didn't have
I saw it 3 times in the theater. I remember when it came out.
no, but the opening day movies you had to, and especially
Yeah,
like
yeah.
and big event movies for the first week, at least for the first week they were out. Those big event movies, you had to go to the theater at least for at least after an opening day, you'd have to go to the theater at least an hour before the movie because you had to get in line to get a seat because it wasn't like today where you get the reserved seat. So, and God forbid if it was an event movie and you're going to opening day, then you could be camping out for a day or so ahead of time.
I remember the days of my junior high, like youth, where you're like 13, 14, and your mom lets you go and you go get a ticket for one movie, but then you sneak into the rated R movies. And you're
Well, I had to do that to get into T2 because it was sold out and the lines were so crazy.
That
And I
movie
bought a
scared
ticket.
the shit
Then
out of me.
I bought a ticket for the Rocketeer and then
Oh, it's
snuck
such a good
in.
movie.
Then I snuck in to go see T2 instead.
You little
Salvador delivers the greatest line in movie history in there, where he says,
It wasn't that I really snuck in.
I might
was
not
walking.
earn an honest buck, but I'm 100% American.
I was trying to walk to the theater that I had a ticket for, and the crowd came in for T2, and I got swept up into the crowd and got carried in.
It happens to
It's
the
like,
best of us.
You're like crowd surfed into T2.
Feet
You know
first,
the
too.
movie I liked as a kid, but it scared me too? It's fucking Tremors. Tremors was scary as shit, bro.
Tremors was
And it's
hilarious.
a comedy.
Reba
too. That's
McEntire
funny.
was the shit.
Yeah, McIntyre. Those two were hilarious. Oh my
Dude,
god,
Tremors
come
was
on.
scary, bro.
Kevin Bacon and
Fred Ward.
Fred
You know
Ward.
what?
Yeah, thank you, Fred Ward. They were perfect
If you're
together.
like 10, and you watch it, it's
When the
way
dude gets
scary.
got in the tire, that's when it gets real.
Yeah.
It gets scary if you're
You
like
just suck him down. I thought it was
I
great.
think I saw a comment earlier, Mark, that someone wanted you to sing "Born in the USA" if you could.
That was like an hour ago.
I
Where-
know,
where
and you
been?
didn't mention it.
Ignored him.
No, we
I
did. We
did.
highlighted it.
I didn't highlighted it and responded to it in the chat.
Did you? I just
Yeah.
thought
And while he had highlighted and we tried to go to the response, I then highlighted it and we had a little highlight battle. So it happens sometimes when you have two people with the same set of same set of controls.
So,
Exactly.
what is that guy's name? Jeremy Allen White. I heard he's doing a Springsteen movie. Have you seen that?
Pass. Hey Jim, you know that scene when the paleontologist guy goes up and puts his hands on that dinosaur?
Yeah.
The music that's playing is, God, I forget the name of the orchestra in London. It's this famous orchestra,
The Philharmonic Orchestra.
and he was able to. He actually plays the clarinet, so he went with Gareth Edwards the day that they were scoring the movie because they wanted to watch, and they invited him to sit down and play. And not only that, the famous composer, who I also forget the name right now because it's not Hans Zimmerman, asked him to play the solo part. Just go ahead, play the solo part, and they actually let him
put it in there.
They did the
You're
official
talking about John
recording
Williams,
of him
or-
playing. So that's him playing the clarinet through that scene with him putting
Nice.
his hands on the dinosaur.
Yeah, I mean, it touched on everything just a little bit. You know, you had remember what I in my post on it's like as long as there's no raptors, and you just a little bit.
Oh, how cool is that?
You know, just a little bit. Oh, and no, the boy got lucky. The boy was like,
dude, that the stream stopping and then starting.
I was just like, oh my god.
The only actual complaint I have with the movie is there's two times where the VFX artists completely must have changed teams because the size of two creatures changed drastically. And like the flying one, the when it emerges at the top of the cliff, it's most definitely 3 times larger than it was when we just saw it
right
in the nest. And then with the big reveal thing at the end, when it like comes up through the smoke, it's definitely larger than it was in any of the other shots you see it in.
Larger
When the
than
guy's standing next to the pole with the flares and it pops up holding item in its mouth. It's definitely like 3 times larger than it was in every other moment you've seen it.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
I
It's like,
don't remember a level of discussing dinosaur-like creatures in this details since Avatar 2.
And 3's coming. James Cameron's trying to be nice to these July
Almost like
movies.
you have a hyper-focused
James Cameron's
dinosaur
trying to help them out. Because if there's anybody out there that's like picking and choosing their movies they'll see this year, he's doing them a huge favor not dropping this trailer till
Your
after
inner child has such a hold on you with the dinosaur lore, bro.
It does. It really does.
You know, that one reminded me of the
Somebody quick send a box of dinosaur riders to Legion of Comics.
Dude, the VHSs growing up. The Dino Riders were awesome.
The big one you were talking about kind of reminded me of that thing that was
Cloverfield.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the name of the movie. It kind of reminded me of that.
Oh, speaking of which, did you see this one, this Godzilla, the Thor one?
Yeah, I almost pulled the trigger on that.
Insane. I think that's insane.
I think it's fun. It's Bagley too.
They had one left at my LCS, and I was like, do I really need the shiny?
I don't buy shinies, and I saw that one, and I was like, shiny. Tell him, Hulk Hogan, you got some goddamn taste.
I'm a squirrel.
Happy 4th of July to the Hulk himself. May Hulkamania run wild on all of y'all. An unwatchable POS, worst movie of the year. You haven't seen all the movies this year, then.
It doesn't work for me, brother.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan, but what do you think about Tom Cruise?
That's a good question. That's a solid question.
I know we need to. You know what? You want to probe into the true content of this man's character. You ask his ass about what he thinks about Tom Cruise.
When Caroline does stuff like this, it's not to get me. It's to really make y'all suffer. She knows I love these rabbit holes.
No, before he jumps down Cruise's hole,
Which you will willingly do.
Whatever.
They did say probe.
I want to just touch base a little on Ironheart because I
haven't even watched it.
I can't get behind the end.
I can.
Oh, dude, that's the only thing that makes the show make sense or work. Go, TJ, go.
I can, but I think I'm gonna disagree with what you're thinking.
Yeah.
From your post, because I feel like some people see where she started and where she ends is almost the same thing.
Same exact place, yes.
I think it's the exact opposite because I think we all can kind of agree that she shouldn't have started like she did. There's no rush for what she wanted. She didn't need to get with everybody she got with. We agree with that. I think that if you break down her character, her actual character,
who's this?
It makes sense that she would do that. Yeah, Riri. It makes sense that she would do that for the people that she did it for, and for the reasons I think she did. I think that part is in character.
Sacrifice herself.
Yeah, huh? Would she do that for her best friend and to keep her family safe, especially her mom? I think just from reading the Ironheart I read over the weekend, I think that's a pretty much a yes. I won't say a definitive yes, but I think I'm like 65-35. I think she would do. I think that's in character.
Say that again now. You think she changed from where she was because she did what?
No, so her I'm trying not to spoil it. Spoil too much.
But you can spoil it. No one's watching it. People who are going to watch it.
I mean, it's been out a while, TJ. Spoil a little bit of it there. I mean,
okay, all right. Riri makes a deal with Mephisto, making a twist ending where she's a bad guy almost. There, it's spoiled. Go ahead.
But she's not a bad guy. That's my point.
Well, okay. Hold on.
My point. Because if she's a bad guy, Johnny Blaze is a bad guy. If she's a bad guy, if she's a bad guy, Peter Parker's a bad guy.
Pause. We'll unpack all that in a minute because we're going to go down my point, but go back to yours.
Okay.
Like her character arc that's not existing.
So I think, and that's my problem with the show too, is that they piled on a whole bunch of stuff on her, and it kind of overshadowed what she really is. I think that she thinks she can fix almost anything. I think I think she's stubborn enough to think that she can fix anything, and she doesn't want anybody's help with it.
That's the problem.
I know, and now this is not just MCU Riri. I think this is comic book Riri too. These are attributes I get from reading her book. I think she's stubborn enough. Yeah, she's stubborn enough to think she can do it.
That's probably why Stark liked her.
It's exactly why Stark liked her.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let TJ get his thing out.
And I think I know that her mom is most important on the keep people safely. And from where she started out rejecting Natalie as her friend as an AI, and then at the end she actually apologized. I don't even know if I read her apologizing in her book, but she actually apologizes that and kind of accepts her as being Natalie and AI Natalie. And then she makes a decision that gets her killed again. I believe that guilt on top of all of her other attributes makes her making that choice, I think, believable.
I think the choice is very believable. That was my thing. If she didn't take that deal, this show across the board would have been a 3 out of 10. I gave the first half a 3 out of 10. I gave the second half a 6 out of 10, all because the commitment and Hail Mary they threw at the end with that. Because I felt like it created a consistency within the show, because she doesn't have a problem asking for help. She asks for help and receives help throughout the entire show. And her choices of who she asks for help define her as her character and her character's motives, morals, and everything. She doesn't want help from the institution that she's been privileged to go to, where she's given a free ride and access to everything she needs, but she doesn't want it because she wants it the way she wants it. She asks for help from her friend to take her to the scrapyard. She asks for a handout from the guy who owns the scrapyard. She asks for help from the Hood and his team and takes the help from the criminals there. She asks for help for the underground black market guy who is Obadiah Stane's son. She asks for help from the magic people when it's self-serving. She gets help. She gets help and asks for help from everybody that's detrimental to her and nobody that's actually good for her, because she has all the access and resources to everything in the world she could possibly want, including a full ride fellowship beyond the point of her graduation to MIT. So that's where the character is. I didn't read the comic, so I don't know if it's an internal character flaw or it's just bad writing. But every choice that they have her make throughout this entire thing
sounds
is
more
to
like
her
a
detriment.
character development.
No, I'll get to that next.
I don't know if it's as much. I think you can call it bad writing, or you can call it, what do I want to call it? The bad idea, bad deviation. I don't know, but the reread that we see in the first 3 episodes, maybe the first 4, is not what I get from her
in the comics,
in the books. Yeah, and I think the creators, my personal opinion, the creators either I know they read because they did the Star Trek thing, so I know they read. But gotcha. I think the creators thought that the reread in the comics maybe didn't have enough edge. Maybe a lot of people didn't read it, so maybe they thought this reread wasn't interesting enough or whatever. We need to do some more stuff.
With Kamala Khan, that gave her an MCU update to make her more appealing to the masses.
You know what? I liked her character. I didn't like them changing her powers, but I liked her character. And I've never read Kamala Khan's books, so I can't say that if her character is the same. But I liked her. I liked her character. I liked her family. I liked everything except them changing her power show-wise.
Kamala Khan.
Cliff, did you finish the show yet, Cliff?
Yep.
Where you at? Where are you at with the character and the choices, the where she started versus where she ended?
Well, I just want to say happy 4th, you guys. I got to go.
All right. Happy 4th.
Happy 4th,
madam.
Yes.
Call me later if you need to have a meeting.
Oh, of course. My God.
Come back with all 10 fingers.
Please.
She won't.
So where are you at, Cliff?
They don't have to be yours, though.
I really enjoyed it. The show took its time getting better, you know? Riri's just a very flawed young woman, as a lot of young people who are super intelligent are.
Very hard-headed, very stubborn.
I think that's what's happening. She is arrogant. She is naive. She does think that she can handle it all because she's so intelligent. But that's the thing. Just because like you're crazy book smart doesn't give you insight into dealing with other humans.
Well,
I mean,
it's almost like intelligence doesn't equal wisdom.
It doesn't.
And she has zero social skills.
Well,
I forgot that.
And they fail. She doesn't fail, and because when people fail, they freak out, and so she doesn't know how to handle failure. Really smart people usually geek the fuck out as soon as they fail, and then they won't try again, and that's an issue.
Yeah, but like when she's in it too long with Parker, right? When she tries to de-escalate the situation, it backfires on her. And what does he do? He continues to emotionally manipulate her. She should get help from Zelma, right? But what does she do? Pushes her away. I don't need magic. I'm like, girl, you need some magic. Like, she's just. I just think that this is the sign of someone who's super intelligent and young and naive, and like you said, lacking wisdom, and then of course, as you also said, all of her choices, and TJ said it, all of her choices are where it brings her to, and then as Mark said, of course, this is the logical conclusion and the deal that she accepts. I also like what the show represents. I feel the show sets up some really good stuff. If I were Disney, I would say, look, just stick the goddamn landing on this one, because they've set so many things in motion that they have dropped the ball on, and this show actually picked up 3 of those threads and carried them on its back to the end. Just make it work.
Wait. What 3 threads?
School of Magic.
Yeah.
Armor Wars. And Young Avengers.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Am I wrong?
No, it's legit tied to 3 loose plot threads. I don't feel like there was required viewing before this one either. Even if you didn't see Wakanda Forgettable, you'd be fine because the show ignores it too, which was another. So, I try to keep in mind when this was written. This was written and made in 2022, which is very apparent with some of the social messaging in it and everything, and some of the cues that they hit on. But they forgot what was going on in the MCU in 2022, in my opinion. But I think that was to its strength by the time it came out now. I don't know when it was, how much was edited by then. But with the decision with her at the end, I thought that made a ton of sense. I think it's going to be harmful if they try to pick up Riri moving forward, because now you have to do a dedicated something else for Riri. And I don't know if there's I don't know if there's a viewership for it. I don't know if there will be funds for it, if they would commit to that, knowing that this was a crazy show to make to begin with. Riri is not a character that comes packed with viewers. A lot of these characters come packed with a built-in fan base, and a lot of them don't. And she's one that doesn't.
Never comics, though.
But at this point, you would have to have a dedicated something, even if you just do like an 1 hour Marvel spotlight like you did with Werewolf by Night. You have to do something to get Riri off of this trajectory. It has to be like a her and Mephisto something. No,
Mephisto should be a big bad, and she should be part of it. And that's it. It could be one of those things like her and Doctor Strange could be having a conversation. And he's like, why are you involved with Mephisto? And then she could show him the shit on her arm, and talk about
she has to pull up in something. But I'm saying that you have to not. I was thinking you can't just dedicate a plot point to it. She can't just be included in something else as like the right hand of Mephisto, as like the muscle for Mephisto as a bad guy or something. I don't see Mephisto being the big bad in something. Sacha Baron Cohen was by far the most intriguing part of this show. His dialogue, his
I am so glad.
I love that.
I am so glad he came off as a serious, because so the rumors had been out there for years that he was going to do this, and once it was confirmed that that's him, that's going to be him in Ironheart, I'm like, okay, all right, what is he going to do? Is he going to play it straight? Is he going to be a clown? Blah blah blah. He played that his role. I think my ranking in Ironheart, I think is because I'm a fan of This Is Us. I like Natalie overall, and then I think it's Mephisto, and then I think it's Riri. I think that's my order of favorite characters. And then
Going into it, I'm a huge Anthony Ramos fan. I like him from
Yeah.
Hamilton, In the Heights, Transformers, and I was sad that, like, again, this is the writing in this just is plagued by its era, and it wasn't limited to the Disney Plus shows. It was happening in Star Wars also, and I pointed it out then. There's this weird slither of Disney TV where when these shows are coming out and people are giving dialogue, there's like a 1 to 2 second pause between everyone going back and forth with their lines. It just stands out to me. It's one of those things, once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. And Anthony Ramos, as well as other actors, their lines are so flat, and it just doesn't, you know, like when you're reading a comic, a good writer, you just read and your brain is just like automatically reading and it's flowing. But
Right.
a writer that might speak differently than the average person, you have to read slower. Your brain can't predict the word that comes next. It just feels a little off, kind of thing. That's how
Right.
this show felt with the dialogue, and especially with Anthony Ramos's Hood character. But when we get to episode 5, halfway through it, we get into his stuff. Like, I feel like he's finally starting to act and put some emotion into his character. I'm like, okay, this is a little bit better. But I was expecting him to kind of shine more, but he just kind of did the opposite with this show. But Sacha Baron Cohen killed it, and they gave him 2 different versions of Mephisto to get to perform. Like when the Hood was, you know, we got the 2 scenes with the deals that he made with the 2 characters, but we also got when the Hood was fed up and he shows up and says something to Hood, and the first thing he says is, "When'd you get an accent?" Because like he was there, like he was there presenting differently. I'm like, dude, this is tough.
So
And then you get to the restaurant, like, okay, I dig this guy.
Yeah,
But
he had to play it that way. I think if he'd have played it any other way, I would have just thrown my remote at the TV. If he'd have been like Ben Kingsley ruining Iron Man freaking 3, I'd have been like, come on. This is the biggest bunch of BS. Oh man, I'd have just
What you
been
got,
so
Rob?
mad.
I was trying to say for a while
Uh-oh.
that at first I looked at the show and I thought my first gut initial thing after watching it was that it was okay. But as I thought about the character more, I've never read the character in the book, so I don't know how much of it borrows from, but I felt that this was a horrible character that was created, and that while Disney or whoever, you know, whatever the purpose may have been to try to create, you know, another, you know, an African-American hero, this is not a heroic character. Instead, it's a horrible example of a person who just occasionally does some good things, but for the most part is just trying to be themselves, trying to do whatever in their self-interest. I mean, obviously, yes, she's intelligent, and probably the character's, based on how it's portrayed, slightly on the spectrum, but at the end of the day, everything is motivated by self-interest, and there's nothing heroic whatsoever about this character. And that was very disappointing to me at the end, at least with whatever you want to say with Ms. Marvel or anything else. That character has a desire to do good things for other people and goes out of their way to try to do stuff that's not necessarily just self-serving, that's heroic. This is not that whatsoever. And that it's just a series of constant bad choices, never learning from them and repeating them over and over and over again is detrimental if you're trying to create something for young Black girls to look up to. That's not it.
Well, they also lean into that, Rob. And I've had this conversation with somebody, and it's not to their credit. It's to, again, I don't think they realize what they've done. I think we have a thing where a bunch of young hipsters are writing this, and they're doing this whole postmodern morality thing. She even has the conversation with Natalie after taking someone's life inadvertently. And instead of Natalie giving her it's okay to feel this way, you should feel this way, it's terrible that someone's life was lost, they write it off. And she's talking to her boyfriend, who's like, She was even asking, like, am I good or bad? He goes, those words don't truly have meanings, and it's all in the eye of the beholder. That's fucking crazy. They literally took morality and threw it out the window, and this whole modern day moral relativism is bullshit. It is. Like, people can debate the philosophical merits of it, but at the end of the day, it's absolutely bullshit. And they leaned into that in this show, but that just truly makes her a villain. She's just a villain. If you're somebody that carries moral relativism into situations like she is, you come out a villain 100% of the time.
The thing that ruined it to me, though, was the ending. See, for you guys, where you say you liked it, for me, the ending choice is what ruined it the most. Because you could have this arc of this character that goes through all this stuff with all the choices she made. If at the end she instead makes the choice to reject that, like she's learned something, you then have a character arc, a hero's arc that comes, and now you set up that she's going to help to battle against this, right?
Right.
She's willing to make the sacrifice for the greater good. Instead, no, I've learned nothing.
Right.
Let me again choose self-interest.
Right.
Yeah.
Personal
I guess
growth
I'm of the
that's called
mindset
personal growth. She didn't have any personal growth.
But I think and so we're probably going to be on opposite ends, and we probably won't learn for another 5 or 10 years. But I do think her taking the deal is the sacrifice play to bring back Natalie, because it's her fault Natalie died, and because the two things she asked, well, the one thing she asked was that everybody else would be protected or everybody else would be all right. However she stated it, I think she wanted to bring back Natalie, and she wanted to keep everybody else, including mostly her mom, safe. And I'll work it out when I can. I think that's my interpretation. I get Rob's interpretation, but my interpretation is that I think she thinks she can work it out on the back end. That's me.
Somebody that is that smart would have been able to go.
Well, I assume she knows. I assume she knows what she's doing, in a sense that she knows she's getting what she wants, and she's not.
She's got it under control, like she did.
Yeah, the way that she's asking those questions, she knows at this point in the show, she knows who she's talking to. She's familiar with Dormammu. She knows that this person is clearly alpha over Dormammu. She knows that this person. And what's crazy is that this person. She knows that this person is behind everything that they just went through for this whole series. Like, this is the person ultimately responsible. So she's talking to the person she knows she should be stopping, but she would rather, like Rob said, take the self-interest point. And when she's asking those questions, she knows better. She's had Velma teach her numerous times already about one of the most basic rules of magic.
It has a price.
It has a price. It's an exchange. She knows this. So ultimately, she's choosing her own wants over those things. When she's verbalizing those things, the way I took it, because the way, like, it would, a real person outside of a TV show, when you're verbalizing those things, it's almost like you're giving yourself a safety net. If someone asks you later, why'd you do this? Well, I asked, but you ultimately knew better.
Yourself.
Yeah, she's rationalizing herself in that moment. You could see it in the way that she performed that scene. Like, she has the glossy eyes of seeing what she wants, which that's her ultimate thing. She's had what she's needed and beyond for this entire show. It's only ever been about what she personally wants.
But like Marvel also has like a history.
I like that it gives us something to discuss, though. Like, legit, the show gives you like philosophical stuff to discuss, which is fun.
Like I said, as I thought about it, this is why I more and more disliked it as it went on. This idea that there was no hero's arc and that she's not a hero and that she doesn't learn anything.
Now, well, if I can,
but I would disagree. Tony, at one point, he does make sacrifices towards the end.
At his age,
towards the end,
he was.
Wait. Pause. Tony Stark was a selfish playboy philanthropist. What did he do the moment that he found out where his firearms were? The very first moment he found out, what did he do?
It's different. Like, he's in a different point in his life, so you've got to give her time to develop as well.
Well, I mean, there's not a line in the sand when you know or not. That's on Tony. He's still responsible for those weapons being in those people's hands because he was too busy playing and having fun and just being a rich kid. But the moment he found out, his natural reaction was a knee-jerk reaction to, I have to fix this. This isn't okay. Someone needs to do something. pause. Everyone
She's in her
stop.
40s.
This is a bad thing because morals are not subjective. This is a bad thing. People are dying.
Yeah.
Whereas Riri, she sees something bad happening and leans into it and then makes the next bad decision full well. So
She's
Tony was
half
not
his age.
Tony and Riri are not comparable in that aspect.
She's half his age.
We can't, but
Irrelevant. She's a genius who's she's graduated college. How she's in her
So was
mid-late
he.
20s.
And he's still
She's in
fucking
her
around.
mid-late 20s. Like, don't tell me like a 20-something-year-old isn't responsible for
They're
those
at
kind of
different
decisions.
points in their
the characters all have different ages. That's 100% true, Lady F. And
Yeah.
there's learned, and if you went from a storytelling point of view, within the confines of what you're seeing, we didn't see Tony the first 40 years, right? We only get like, here he is, and here's his arc. It's presented us. We don't see, and great, this is a character who's a younger character, less like Peter Parker, right? We see them develop. They have arcs, they have heroics that they come to. This character, I just felt that if you were from my, and I might be wrong, maybe everybody loves this, but the more I think about it, when I watch this, it becomes more and more disappointing because I felt that there was an opportunity to show some sort of growth, some sort of heroics, anything. But instead, they went the opposite direction. And instead, you've got a character now who's, okay, she's just, if they decided to suddenly flip the
Very
switch,
flawed.
and in the next movie,
No, she's the villain.
she's the villain in the next movie, or teamed up as part of the bad guys. It would totally, it would make more sense to me.
And it could be part of
Reality.
an
She's
arc
on the
where
Wanda
she needs to grow
trajectory.
the hell up, and maybe she needs to get her ass kicked to become maybe a better person, or perhaps have a redemption story. But she
It
needs
is-
to get her face drugged through them, like
She did get
her
beat
face
up. She
smashed in,
definitely did. And I think that's definitely the path that we all expect as like classic comic book readers and watchers of movies and stuff. There is that,
seen
there is
that
that
happen a
hero's
lot.
journey. But
I did
what's
not
weird,
like
what's a
her.
little bit different than this, that her entire network around her of people validate these bad decisions, and these what we are perceiving as character flaws are just normal rational behavior for the characters in this show. Her network of support are the ones that are rationalizing these behaviors and this outlook on
these
life.
people
It's a little odd.
These people she's integrated with are all flawed.
I was
You know?
referring to her family and her friends, not the gang.
All right.
Except her mom. Her mom.
Except for her mom.
consistently tried
Yeah.
to pull out.
Her mom is her lightning rod.
Yeah.
I will say the other silly thing that seemed a little bit odd to me for this girl. If we're gonna say she's super genius, super smart, all these different things, but man, surprisingly, when she's outside of that armor, she can hold her own against freaking Fight Club,
the
Club,
Blood Brothers.
freaking Fight
Blood
Club
brothers,
looking
sisters.
fools. Yeah, I mean, it's like, oh, no problem. Sure, I can go toe to toe with you guys. I mean, yeah, no, she doesn't stand up and straight fight them, but she should not have been.
And these are
She
the
doesn't-
characters
she
that were
doesn't
literally
die.
running through houses completely unarmed, taking out entire securities teams
Yeah,
and special
yeah,
ops
but-
people and throwing them through walls and through the air. And
Now I don't know if that means they were pulling their punches, because I felt the same thing you did in that scene. And with what's the pyro girl's name? What girl's name?
Clown.
Clown.
I'm like Clown could have just burned the place down if she wanted to, or I think Clown could have done more. I don't know if they were pulling their punches, or if they or if they just needed to. I don't know. I don't know what they
What was
what
her?
they were doing.
What was her sudden motivation to lie about Riri's being dead? Where was that motivation all of a sudden?
She didn't know that Parker killed the first guy.
Right.
And when Riri told her that Parker killed the first guy, and that's when she got suspicious of Parker.
Right. Because
okay. I mean, I saw that, but I didn't make that connection that was her sudden thing from I'm going to kill you to I see you running away and I'm now going to lie on your behalf for this other guy that I don't know.
And don't forget that the whole team had a question about the cloak in like episode 2 or 3, like had a question about how the cloak's having him.
It just seemed to me that her going from I'm trying to kill you to emerging from that building beaten up and going instantly and lying about
Yeah.
seeing her dead.
Yeah, because the order of those events were definitely off. It should have been I tried to kill you, I learned about Parker, now I'm lying to Parker, but it was I learned about Parker, I tried to kill you, I lie for you.
Well, those two have an almost same. She was trying to kill her, and then she says she didn't. Parker did it. But if I address two things Rob said?
Yeah,
and I'm gonna try to not get too political, too social, or whatever. But the first thing Rob said is something that I had to think about or think back on, because I'm kind of used to watching, sketchy, maybe not so up and up people of color on some of my TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I watched Ironheart the first time, when I watched it through the first time, it's like, okay, all right, she's kind of sketchy. She's not only up and up or whatever. It kind of seems normal from some of the other shows that we get presented in our demographic, I'll say. But I had a guy talk to me, and it really made sense. That, like I said before, Riri in the comics doesn't have most of these issues. She does, I think, take the suit from MIT, but getting with this sketchy group and going to commit crimes or whatever. I don't know if y'all heard that truck or not, but that's not something she would do in the book. And it's kind of like we have or had a chance to have a young black lady who doesn't have all of this baggage and all of these things going on TV, because it's less likely to see young black kids on TV without these problems, the way we're presenting TV. And but instead of having this person who could be a upstanding role model person who still has flaws, because she has flaws without those flaws. And instead of that, we do get back to the stereotypical thing, and that's what kind of flipped me on episodes 1 through 3. Because at first I watched episodes 1 through 3, and I'm like, okay, I see what she's doing, I see what's going on, and then I had this talking to like, you know what? Yeah, because like we've got 1 million of those people on random TV or whatever, and we only have like 1 or 2 that don't fall into those stereotypes. And so that's one thing. That's one thing that did bother me is that there's a chance to have one more person who doesn't fall into the stereotypes, and then she falls into the stereotype.
Ironically enough, the entire cast and crew, the showrunners, are all people of color hired specific. They made sure that they hired in directors, writers room, everything was. So that's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, so side note, as I'm scrolling through, I've had this epiphany about the fact that she could be a non-sketchy person of color on TV, and when we get less of those that I've liked. I started talking to other people who enjoyed it, and I was like, well, Riri in the comics didn't do all this, and we could have had A instead of B, and it's almost like entertainment Stockholm syndrome, where people are fighting back, like, no, we should have this. And I'm like, we've got 800 TV shows of this. We could have something like this, where we only have 2 or 3 TV shows like this. But there's pushback all over the place. I gave up the fight about a day or 2 ago. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna let y'all have it. But the other thing is the villain arc, we're gonna call it. And I mentioned this to Mark on Instagram, but I feel like what we're really seeing is I'm not gonna use Tony. We're really seeing Thor prequel, Ant-Man prequel, Doctor Strange prequel in like 6 episodes. So like Doctor Strange, terrible person before he gets hurt and has to go to Kamartaj to get humbled. But we didn't see 6 episodes of Doctor Strange saying, I'm not gonna do surgery on you. There's only a 95% chance of you pulling through. I'm I'm not gonna do surgery on you because you don't have the money. And talking to what's his girlfriend's name that he talked to real bad in that scene. We didn't see 6 hours of that. We didn't see 6 hours of Thor starting wars behind his dad's back before he got sent to Earth and had to become worthy. We only got to see like 10 minutes.
Scott Lang rolling with the Hood's crew.
Yeah, we didn't see that, and I think that's one thing. If we got a Ironheart movie, and we got told that this stuff happened in like 10 minutes, and then we moved on to whatever her hero arc is going to be, I think it would have been received better.
Yeah, I agree with you on that note. And and again, for me, I don't dislike the villain arc. I think that's what made me like the show. Otherwise, it would have been kind of a little blasé-ish. But all of those things with those other characters, this is the fun part, in my opinion, with the discussion or the debate with the characters. Nobody argues for Doctor Strange back when he was a piece of trash doctor. Nobody argues for Scott Lang as a criminal. And we meet these characters at a point where they acknowledge these are terrible attributes, behaviors, whatever. And we're seeing them, what they do to atone for it and get past it. We're at an era with this show where I think it was smart for them to lean into the villain stuff because we had been doing it so much and they were calling it normal. People are debating like the merits of her bad decisions. Like it's okay because, subjective morality, like that's crazy, but they leaned into it. And I don't think the writers are this smart to realize how good they can make this if they carried it properly and addressed it under the proper lens of objective morality that you apply to these heroes and these characters. But those other things, those decisions, those versions of those characters are unanimously looked at as a negative. And we had to see it past that. Where we're at with Riri, people are debating if what she's done is good or bad when it's clearly bad.
No, I don't think it's that you're debating that. I think what we're debating is this going to be the end? Will she continue a trajectory of villainy, or is this a setup for a continuation of an arc that you could see perhaps even setting her up to come back to be the leader of the Young Avengers, but she's got to fall and go through some stuff and really learn some tough lessons.
I mean, debating it in the show, like in context of the show and the characters in the show. Not
in the context
us,
of the show, she ends doing bad things.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? How they're literally debating it in the show at numerous times. Like her and that.
I understand now.
If you want to put it into some reality, there's a lot of people that have been scientists that have compromised their morals to get their technology completed. Wernher von Braun is a good example of that.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're coming at, Mark, with
the guy who got us to space.
Yeah, he was also in the SAS.
He's a Nazi dude.
Right. Yeah, I know who he is, but he's the founder of NASA.
He was part of
he's literally the founder of NASA.
Yeah, he was
literally in the SAS.
We got him from the Nazi brain drain.
Right.
We're like, we won't kill you if you come shoot rockets for us.
It's called Operation. It's called Operation Paperclip. Y'all are all war criminals. We're going to execute you, or we can have your brain. Which one? You want?
Wait a minute. So NASA is just SHIELD. What is this?
Yeah. So literally at the end of World War II, when we were rounding up all the Germans and stuff, they played triage. Are you worth keeping for our own personal benefit to our society, or are you going to jail or to the gallows?
Pledge allegiance to us, or do you want to die?
Wernher von Braun is famously known for the early days of NASA and helping get us to the moon.
Yeah.
Nuremberg trial, come to the U.S.
Like at the Birmingham Con, it's literally at the Von Braun Convention Center.
Yeah.
No.
Wait, he gets a convention center?
He did look.
Does that surprise you out of the South?
Well,
look, TJ's like, wait a minute.
Never mind.
He's also like a hero in the damn what's that movie with Jake Gyllenhaal?
Oppenheimer?
No.
Yeah.
And the Jake Gyllenhaal movie where he plays the
October Sky or something.
October Sky. Thank you. He's like the hero in that.
Oh, he was a baby in that. Damn.
Yeah, but I remember. I thought that movie was great. I thoroughly enjoyed the movie. I mean, he's not a pivotal part in it, but he does. He is a pivotal part
Well,
in
he's
it
kind of the one that made it happen.
Right. He was the inspiring person to make this guy who he was.
Credit where credit's due. I mean, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have got.
Not when we did, if ever.
Yeah.
Right. To the moon.
Alice.
That was a twist.
I think it's best not to
Honeymooners,
read too
bro.
much into these shows and just try to enjoy it if you can. If you don't like it,
I can't do that. That's literally no fun. Can you imagine if we watched these shows and we didn't think into them and we came on here and said, "What'd you think? Good, bad," and we were done talking about it? How boring YouTube would be.
I think Mark would self-destruct.
I would blow up.
I don't think he's capable. That's not in his character arc. It's
no.
I want you to go back and watch
whether these shows are good, bad, or indifferent. In my own opinion, I still watch them. I still pay my subscription. I don't pirate them. They still get my viewing hours. I still watch them because I enjoy this. If I wasn't on YouTube, I wouldn't have given this show the time of day.
Shit.
I wouldn't have given the. I didn't. I ended up bailing on Secret Invasion, but I wouldn't. A lot of this stuff I wouldn't watch. I would just watch it one day.
He hate watching
something else.
More of an M. Go ahead.
Something else just came up as Cliff was typing some stuff that dawned on me. Where the hell did Zelma's mom go all of a sudden? She went from being overprotective, everything else early on, to all of a sudden she's out of there. Zelma's in here casting spells.
I think she's stuck in there behind her back. Is what I thought.
Listen
stuck in there for several days. Well, they built a freaking suit out of a car.
If you are old enough to remember, you know that Zelma's mom went to a different world.
Oh, this is supposed to be that during that same time.
No. She played Freddy on this sitcom, A Different World.
A different world. He was making a joke.
I was making a joke.
Sorry. I thought maybe I missed it. She was one of the ones in the Harkness TV show.
In there.
Yeah. No. She played Freddy on A Different World. That's the first thing I thought was, hey, that's Freddy. What is she doing here?
I do like the so it was kind of one of those things I had to do a double take on, but when they go to the candy magic shop for the first time and they get teleported to a different dimension and the mom learns that her best friend is an actual sorceress and this and that. I love the level of acceptance because it wasn't 100%, but it wasn't like 0% like it would be for us in the real world because they live in a world that's 15 years old with aliens and magic and people know Dr. Strange. Her acceptance level went from 40% to 60% to back to 40%. And you can see I felt like they nailed it right. It felt weird at first. I'm like, why is she okay with this? I'm like, oh yeah, this isn't foreign, but it's just new to her. It's like going to your friend's house.
Look, the weirdest thing I've seen in Chicago. That's what she's saying.
The first thing we see her do when Riri comes home, we see her blowing sage and stuff everywhere. and this is her best friend. So I guarantee you that she's done some sketchy things in the past that Riri's mom is like, you know what? Nah, that can't be.
I honestly thought the candy shop was a dispensary at first.
That would have been even bigger, more stereotypes.
Now that we're at the candy shop, while I was okay. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, no, while I was okay with the Mephisto scene, I was like, why in the post-credit scene, why in the world would you even have a conversation with Parker about what you know and don't know? Like even the little trick magic she did with the candy. I'm like, why would we do that? You don't know him.
You just randomly like, oh yeah, magic, sure.
Yeah.
That goes back to where they kind of established like the interaction with Riri and her mom that magic isn't necessarily like it's like going to your friend's house and all of a sudden there's a dog. You're like, what the hell? There's a dog. Well, dogs are normal, I guess. It makes sense for her to have a dog if she has a dog.
There's one thing that I do want to say to that answer and all this answer. Throughout history, witches not well received and taken care of throughout history. So why would you just openly reveal anything to anyone that you're not clued in on to potentially that. Are you a witch? Burn her.
Yeah.
Now, I do think that there's a chance that she might be one of these people with sensory stuff, and maybe she senses that he's not just average normal human. I wouldn't. The post credit scene.
Yeah, I mean, in the comics, she's just what? She's a disciple.
Cocky.
She's a student of Doctor Strange or something. But
Yeah, she's in Strange Academy.
Right.
She's in the Strange Academy.
She's just cocky.
Yeah,
she's like, you know what? I'm going to show. I want to impress them. I want to show them. You know,
they established that she was like doing stuff outside of her mother's permission.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So she's already in the House of Riri making bad decisions.
The House of
I like
Riri.
that.
Well,
I'm in the House of Caroline. making that.
Well, I didn't hate it. I saw multiple different endings, and I was like, huh, okay. Makes sense they went this way. And then I saw the ending like Rob was talking about, and I thought, oh, they could have gone that way too. She could have had some personal growth and said, you know what? I'm gonna sacrifice the AI. That's my sacrificial arc to turn me into a hero.
You're gonna sacrifice your friend? Is that heroic?
Your friend who's already dead.
Your friend who's already dead. I mean,
yes,
you know.
yes, so her friend sees herself as the real Natalie. So even though her body's not there, her consciousness is there.
I understand.
But Flash, here's your thing.
And Riri just accepted that at the end of episode 5.
But part of that hero's arc is then understanding that if I remember her, she doesn't die because she comes from her memories.
Right.
She was built from her memories. So as long as I remember her and I don't forget her, then she never is truly gone. Right.
Which is exactly what her brother said. Exactly what her brother said.
So
zero social skills.
So again, it's just one of those things. It bothers me. I mean, okay, it's not heroic, and that's fine. Maybe it's a mistake to lump this in as a superhero show because it's not. But
it's okay.
And maybe that's what's bugging me is because I'm expecting a certain formulaic aspect, and they jeered away from that. But I just think that it was detrimental to the character and a poor choice of choosing this character in reinforcing certain stereotypes, stuff that don't need to be reinforced. And I just think that it was, the more I think about it, the more it bothers me.
It doesn't bother me that much. It's a decision they made to go that direction. It's not one I would have chosen, but that's okay. I mean, I didn't have any part in the movie. I get what Rob's saying, because at the end I was like, they went a different way than I thought they were. I thought the same thing, Rob. I really did. But you know what?
The casting.
I didn't hate it.
And to be honest, I also expected her, and I still think there's a 10-20% chance that she didn't, and what we saw at the end wasn't real, because you saw Parker shake his hand. You didn't see Riri shake his hand, did I remember? So there's a
right.
I'm leaving a 10% gap for that being not real at all, and maybe that's him playing with her. I don't know.
I think they wanted the reveal, right? They didn't show the grass because they wanted to show that scene with her and Natalie and us wonder if the AI back or what. But then they showed the scarring. They just wanted the
But
maybe she was like Curly Bill Brocious in Tombstone. He's like, I'd crawfish and drill over devil in the ass.
but at some point in time, I'm expecting her to get Natalie back. It's going to be a continuing character. She has to get Natalie back.
Natalie brought back to life though, or was it the AI that was brought back to life?
No, she was brought back to life.
A subconscious version of Natalie brought out of Riri.
Okay.
Yeah.
The casting choice for Mephisto, by the way. I thought that
Natalie's dead.
No. The actual physical Natalie is the one that showed up at the very end because she bumped.
The AI was not Natalie.
Yeah, but I think she.
But how
think
funny
she
was
had,
that? Like that was kind of weird, right? That her whole goal, she had a suit, she had a gay eye, which I don't know if y'all caught that. The MIT AI program inside of this suit was literally named "Hi, I'm Gay Eye." The little pencil dude. She had a gay eye.
I thought it was like Trevor or something. I got to
Trevor,
rewatch it again.
I'm Trevor, your gay eye. Like literally.
Did he say that?
Literally called it. That's what I'm saying. Like the show has like, it's hard not to get like hit on anything that's going to fire people up politically because the show is chock full of it. But it was kind of I chuckled like for real. That's wild. But so like she had everything. She had everything she needed. She just didn't want it. She needed all this money because if I had money, I can power my own AI that can dwarf all these other ones. And ultimately, she didn't need a single dollar. She just needed to go to sleep. She created an AI powerful enough by pure accident with $0, which was good. But she still needed more money after that. She got it. But
yeah. Well, so because she wants to do this whole big thing. She technically wants to be as big as Tony and being able to help people, help EMT response times. I think she has good intentions, but something good intentions, road to hell, whatever
quite literally took her there. Now this is one of those other blaring plot holes through the first 3 episodes that made the show like really low score for me was she's doing all this sketchy stuff for money when she quite literally could just be
doing anything. She's like wildly capable of building stuff. She's a master mechanic. Like she could build an entire car with her eyes closed. Like that's basic.
Self-sabotage is a bitch.
That's basic mechanics. But
my question when I got to your end of 1 through 3, because I started off at the other end, I got to your end. Like, well, why do we have to do all this now? Parker can give you fast money, blah blah blah. But why can't you do something and in a year or two after you saved up? I sound like somebody's dad now. But after a year or two after you've saved up doing whatever you invented, then you get to this big thing. You're maybe 20 years old. By 25, you could have stockpiled the money you want to do these big things. Why do we have to do it this week?
Well, do you remember how she had to go to Obadiah Stane's son to get a specific item, part, or something? What did she have to get from him that caused her to meet that character? Do y'all remember what it was?
I think it was some kind of. He knew something that she wanted to know from him.
She needed black market parts.
She needed black market parts because they had to travel to go pick them up, right?
No. She knew something. He knew something about what's the guy that Parker killed?
Andre.
Yeah, the dumb name that he
Ravage Savage.
Rampage.
Yeah. So she wanted to know something about Rampage, and he was the person that she reached out to. I think the black market parts came once she got there and figured out that he
No. She was looking for. It was the whole thing. She was looking for parts. The AI did a search on the found black market sellers and stuff, and located this guy's address for her.
Okay.
And then that's what. So she goes off to go. That's why she's lugging the suit with her this whole time when she's going out there, because she's going to go get some parts.
Now keep in mind, she had to go through all that for parts for this busted suit, but she literally made the new suit in the garage out of a used car.
And some other parts they picked up, but there's all kinds of oddball stuff.
That's another thing that bothered my friend who I talked to was that when she sold the car that her stepdad gave her, she sold it at the beginning of the show for money, and she's like her stepdad is really 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 important. They played it low key, but her stepdad is really important to her story, and she sold his car. And my friend was like, "That's probably the most villainous thing in the show."
Not only does she do that, but throughout the whole thing, they're portraying him as this that instills he's a good role model for her.
Yes.
He has values. He helps her spring the family, all these different things.
Yeah.
And she dishonors all that. Like she didn't have any kind of values instilled on her of doing things for the right reasons or anything, or working hard for she just throws it all out the window. Like she learned nothing. I paid no attention to this man who was such an influence on my youthfulness.
And that's those are all the deviations from comic book Riri that what like I said, I watched it the first time and like, all right, cool, I seen shows like this. But then once you think about it, I'm like comic book Riri wouldn't have done any of this. Y'all hijacked the character and gave her whatever kind of interesting, complex attributes you thought she should have, and it's totally a different character besides being named Riri and being smart and socially awkward.
I'll tell you,
she wasn't socially awkward enough for me either.
Well, I thought that she was like, the idea with her or the panic attack was they were trying to imply that she's like slightly on the spectrum. Her not wanting the way that she, dealing with people, the way that she gets overstimulated and type things. I figured that was kind of like what they were trying to portray. The thing that bugged me a little bit, and I know that it's easily answered with simply paint, but in my mind, for some reason, I couldn't get away from the fact that here's a car that was mostly red with some black trim, but the suit made out of it was black with red trim.
I love how the suit, they made sure to highlight it about 3 or 4 times in the final fight, but the way that the suit energy would go through it when she needed to, that looked cool.
It looked cool. It was great and everything else. And in my mind, I was like, oh, wait a second, there wasn't that much black on the car. But I mean, I know it's answered with simply spray paint, but
Now,
that little line of dialogue when she asks him, should we add some? And they're all like, no, we've already added enough.
Now, what I really liked about this, what I liked about all the suit, cleared out the thing I hated about Wakanda Forever the most was that suit, A, looked like a toy, and B, it didn't show any kind of scratches, no battle damage. Maybe I missed it, but this looked more like something that had been hit a couple of times and scratched up and actually damaged. I hated the Wakanda Forever suit, so just that alone got me 1 brownie point.
And here you go. Disney is telling our kids it's okay to break the law to get what you want, and then at the end, when she is supposed to learn something and not make the same deal as the bad guy, it was just so bad. And that they've been on this same trajectory. Dang. They started it with Captain Marvel when your first hero was morally bankrupt.
I know a leader with 34 felonies. Never mind.
How about just don't let Disney raise your kids? Okay.
Yeah. How about you do it? How about you raise your kids?
Right.
Well, I think the counter argument to that is if you show your kids something, you now have work you have to do to undo what you did. Because why would you assume I'm gonna watch Captain America with these superheroes? Now I have to have a conversation with my kids after the fact and hope that they don't. And then you have people that
you have to accept that responsibility.
The reality of society. The rest of is everyone else going to do that? With you share this media with your friends and everything. What is the consensus going to be? Now you're doing a battle.
Having kids, but
so at that point, it's just like I don't let my kids watch Disney kind of thing.
Yeah, well, and that's like I mean, you could just go ahead and do that and then save yourself the energy, or you could teach them about discretion and the values that you have in that household versus the values.
Because just like Riri, children learn so well from their parents' instructions, don't they?
I think you should have them watch.
I learned. My parents told me to go out and play.
You've been arguing that Riri, the 26-year-old, just isn't old enough to know better yet. So how are these kids that?
Why is Riri 26 all of a sudden? Where is that coming from?
She went through college. She's got
Riri's not right, but she's a genius. She's
that could be 22 then. 22 or 23.
Supposed to be young 20s, not mid 20s.
That's fair point. She got there early. I discredited her getting there early.
Oh, she went there early, then she's probably like 20.
Yeah, like
she's she should be MIT 15 or 16 should be where Riri is starting.
Okay. That's what I was thinking. So it's probably like 19 years old.
There you go, John. I like John. Figure it out yourselves.
That's what we were. That's whole generation. we go out and play. Here's a stick.
Can I just looked it up? She's
okay. How many grown people?
19 in the show.
How many people were mature enough to make the right decision when they were 19 years old?
Okay.
You know, that's the thing I'm gonna tell you.
Look,
Ain't no 19-year-old got any damn sense.
Okay, I'm sorry. She's introduced as a 19-year-old in Wakanda Forgettable, not in this. So this isn't long after that though.
Yeah, so somewhere between 19 and 21, maybe. Let's say.
Again, it's just a TV show.
All right, look, I'm gonna jump off because my battery's about to die and it's hot outside and such. But I wanted to hop on since I actually had a Friday off. I'm like, let me hang out with my people.
Yeah, we appreciate you hopping on.
Nice
yes, sir. Y'all have a good one.
Be safe.
Yeah.
All right, Jim. Back to debating the philosophical merits of Jurassic Park. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're moving over to Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to say. Tom Cruise. And
Matt, what's up with you, man? How are you this morning? I like your shirt. You came patriotic.
I'm ready to. We're going to make. We're going to smoke some.
What?
We're going to smoke some ribeyes some big thick ribeyes in the smoker, and reverse sear them. After we're going to smoke them for about an hour, and reverse sear them. We're going to sear them. I sound like I'm a redneck, so I sound like it says I'm saying serum.
Yeah, I was like SYRUM. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Anyway, it's early.
Hear them. There's a TH in there.
Hear them. I know. I run my words together sometimes.
Yeah, I get you. I speak to Mark.
And I got a whatnot sale at 5:00. So.
There you go. For whoever was asking about whatnot sales earlier on.
Yeah, I'll put the link in here in a minute. Yeah,
mine's 11:30.
I know. It's early. I just woke
but
up.
You're not a wrench. It won't hyperlink.
But right. Mark, you know what I did do for you?
You gotta send it to Lady F or someone.
All right, I'll put it in a private chat or something.
There you go.
Speaking of Mark and his meat journey, I did make a new post to the old barbecue channel. You know, there was a.
I didn't get a notification.
Yeah, I posted last night. They're
what's weird? I don't get notifications about hardly anybody, but I will about channels that are smaller.
Right. or ones I get ones lately for like ones I just recently subscribed to, but I didn't hit notifications. But I don't get notifications of the ones which I did hit notifications. Yeah. No, I did smoked a boneless leg of lamb. It was done.
Leg of lamb.
Go to.
How much does a leg of lamb cost? Like $2, $17,
no,
$48?
They're expensive.
$525,000.
When I grew up, I grew up eating lamb because lamb was cheap. But nowadays,
lamb
nowadays, like boneless leg lamb costs you like it's on par with beef. It's like
I don't even know what beef is a pound nowadays.
Well, I think boneless leg lamb. Well, beef can range dramatically.
Yeah, it depends on like how lean
the cut and everything else.
Yeah,
but a boneless leg of lamb, I think it was around $6.99 a pound or something like that. So it's not cheap necessarily.
There's a thing you tie it up with, just burn off, or do you have to cut it off?
I cut those off. Yeah, it's baked because when I'm smoking, you're smoking the meat I'm smoking the meat at like it's like 250 degrees. So if you remember your science, you have to get over 450 degrees
for combustion
for it to catch fire.
Matt, I think you posted the wrong link for your sale.
Was that his own
fans? Yeah, Sledge is saying
so it's just like the thigh area, Rob, like the upper thigh area, the back leg.
I thought I saved it. Damn it.
Yes, the thigh,
the
not
hock.
I sure did.
That looks super tender, dude.
Which one tastes gamier, goat or lamb?
Oh God, both.
Goat because of the goatee.
I don't think I've really had. I've had a gyro, but I've gotten one with chicken, bro. I'm safe. I get that bird dinosaur. I get that land dino.
There it is. Okay, there it is. Sorry about that. My bad.
You know what happened in Jurassic Park? They all turned into chickens. The end.
The end. Yeah.
They all
Dude,
look
it
like-
was such a
And now, hey,
we'll show you guys
Colonel,
here. Hold on.
Colonel captured them all and ate them.
Look at your meat. So it's bound.
Rob, if you get this channel,
Because it's a boneless leg of lamb.
You've got to keep it together.
So
This
it's
is
tied
how
back.
the dinosaurs felt in Jurassic
It comes all bound up, but I removed that because I was marinating it and rubbing and getting everything inside, and then so I retied it back together after the marinade.
How much did that chunk of meat cost you?
My wife bought it, so I don't know.
Oh.
My wife.
Free.
I think it was like $40 something.
Okay. I'm just curious. Sledge says neither is very gamey. It's like comparing beef to pork, lamb being beef and goat being pork. Okay. Well, what about compared to venison? Because I've tried venison.
Why can't you just say deer?
Deer. Fuck. Sorry.
I'm just kidding.
So
why do we call it pork?
So I would say this is that when it comes to lamb, different cuts are more gamey than others. So like leg of lamb, if like this, it's a little bit more gamey tasting than say like the chops are. So like most people have had like rack of lamb and stuff is like the rib chops.
Like the ribs. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And so those tend to be less gamey than the leg of lamb, which is why I think a lot of people are
deer then.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's not like overly, and I think part of it is also depends upon how you season it and how you cook it. So like my kids, they prefer rack of lamb and lamb loin chops and stuff. They don't care for the leg of lamb as much, and I don't cook it a lot. It's mostly for me. A lot of times when I get the leg of lamb, I actually make kebabs out of it and stuff. When I do like leg of lamb, but I decided to do something different.
Okay.
Have you ever had bison?
Yeah.
Yes. It's just like beef. It's just like beef, but leaner, super lean.
Yeah. Years ago, they had a restaurant here that would serve all this. You know, it was like that was their shtick. It was like exotic meats, and they had bison, like ostrich. And
I had an ostrich burger before.
All this different stuff, and I thought that was interesting.
It's just like
turkey. In the freezer, I have ostrich and emu steaks. They're I'm not a huge fan of them necessarily. I don't think they're
like turkey to me.
No, they're much more red meat.
Yeah.
It's like
ostrich
and emu are very much red meat.
I had an ostrich burger, so that would check out, but I've had turkey burgers too, and the taste reminded me of turkey.
Well, I mean, I think in a burger it might, but when you cook it as a steak, you'd see very differently. It doesn't taste like beef either.
Elk. I don't think I've ever had elk.
No, I've never had elk, but you know what? Brad said we should come up where he lives and we could hunt some elk, and then he would take care of it for us. Well, boys all over it.
Can you make elk jerky? Man, I love deer jerky.
You can. Elk jerky, they're all the same.
You just have a dehydrator, right? The Great Emu War.
What we do is when I do jerky, I just actually put it on the smoker. I put it on the lowest setting on my smoker, on the pellet smoker, not the stick burner. It's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to make jerky on the pellet smoker because you can set it to like 180 degrees and then let it go for a long period of time. Yeah. And it does a great job of making jerky, right?
Have you ever eaten? Sorry,
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, Mark's had my jerky.
What do you have? Have you ever had ostrich egg, like eggs? Eating the eggs? Are they edible?
No.
I don't even know.
Yeah, they are.
Eggs?
Yeah, they're absolutely edible, and you can. They're obviously significantly larger and such, but they're not red. They're not.
Oh.
They don't lay them at the same rate as like chickens and stuff do, which is why you don't see a commercial use for them, among other things.
Okay, so Sledge is.
I remember Googling this.
Okay, so is jerky essentially taking cuts that are not necessarily the best and using it to dehydrate for doing it? Because he said Sledge is like elk jerky would be a sin, so much you'd lose nutrition wise. But I would say that like the primary cuts are the best cuts from anything I guess maybe you would want to have for cooking.
So when you're making turkey, typically you're using extremely lean cuts is better because you want
that'll melt away.
It doesn't fully render, and anything that ends up cooling becomes a really even tougher pull, and it's difficult to bite through and everything else. So typically, like when I make beef jerky, I use like eye of round because it's very lean. But as far, you're not going to lose any nutritional value. You got to remember the idea behind making jerky was it was a method of preservation.
Yes.
Right. And so it's you're not
salting
really
and tenderizing, I think.
Yeah. So the fact that you're removing the moisture stuff, which inhibits growth of bacteria and all
Mongolians would put it cuts of meat under their saddles, and they'd put it on the backs of their horses, and the horses' sweat would basically cure the meat. Anyways,
have you ever seen that where they there's a show I watch like Cooking in History or something with Max Miller on YouTube, and he made hardtack because they used to make hardtack like where they were, or not hardtack. There was some kind of meat they would make. They would press it together with something. What was that? It was not called hardtack. That's a biscuit. But they made some kind of like that. It was like beef jerky, but they would like, I don't know. Never mind.
It was a way. Yeah, it's just some sort of curing.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons I will make my own jerky is oftentimes is simply that a lot of the beef jerky on the market is got a really high sugar content, and so to help with the diabetes and stuff, like I want a snack on it, so I will make my own. Yeah, so I don't use any sugar when I make it. The only sugars come from, I do use bourbon. When I season the beef, I season it and soak it in bourbon, and then I'll smoke it.
No, it was Pemmican. That's what I'm thinking about. They call it Pemmican.
He called it Pemmican?
Pemmican.
If people make their own jerky, like homemade jerkies, bro, I'm about it. I do like a good jerky. If you're about, like, if you can season it and flavor it, it's all about how Pemmican. Well you can tenderize it.
And Sledge drop Pemmican. Thanks, Sledge. Mixture of tallow, dried beet, and sometimes dried berries.
Well, I'm proud to be a pemmican. God gave that right to me. Because I'm meat and twigs and little berries. I don't know. Tallow is a superfood.
Good morning, happy 4th star.
Good morning, happy 4th. How's everybody doing, Lady F, Rob? Hi, Cliff.
Like an hour combo on Ironheart, dude. Like a legit good combo. I hate to miss that.
I woke up. I heard what a lot of you guys had to say. I and some I didn't, but I probably agree with all the good, all the bad. I just want to say that this show, if people ever ask who is it made for, it might have been made for somebody like me, because even though it's flawed, the dialogue is horrible that those actors have to work with, but they pulled it off, dude. I don't care. Even I was supposed to hate or not like these last 3, and I was supposed to go on your side, and I was going to do it to root, just assert myself in your trolling of the show.
I like the last 3.
I know. I saw your post, and I was thrown aback. I was like regurgitated because you're not supposed to like Marvel, right? So I'm like, yeah,
that's dude. What they tell me.
Yeah. So I stayed away. I saw one review, one of my favorite guys, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go watch it anyway. And I liked it, man. It's flawed. I think I cut off when Rod was saying that there's nothing she did that was anything good, like Miss Marvel. Well, I think they told us from the beginning of that show that her arc was going to be completely different. That I don't even know why she wanted to make the technology. Like there's no good girl arc.
Oh, they told us that her whole motivation was to make suits essentially such that first responders would be able to get there faster, because she's motivated by the fact that her friend and her stepdad had died, and they were just a minute. The first responders got there a minute too late, so she wanted a way for them to get there quicker, to be able to be on the spot and help more people. So her reasoning for it was sound. She wasn't trying to build battle suits and stuff.
Right.
Although incidentally, she sure as hell built a battle suit.
Well, she did, and her way to do that for the first responder was like a bad girl arc. Like,
yeah, she said that about the first responder one time, but every other time, which was numerous, where
Twice.
she stated, or every other time where she stated like what she was doing, it was to be recognized or be iconic and stuff. But in a nutshell, because I'm not retreading stuff because you heard it, I think the best part of this show is whether you liked it or not, the conversation is easily overshadowed by debating the merits of the show, the decisions that were made, the actual the philosophical stuff built into it. Like, is it a good guy arc, bad guy arc? Like, there's more interesting stuff to talk about with this show than just talking about, is the script bad? Yes, let's agree and keep talking about it. Is some of the acting choppy and rough? Yes, let's agree and we'll keep talking about the show. There's still more in the show that's enjoyable to talk about than just is it good or bad? Did Disney drop the ball? Yeah, they dropped the ball.
They dropped the ball, but I think I have no issue with none of the actors or actresses. I think they did good. I like the Zelma, dude. I want to see more of that. I want to see more of that. Teases Strange Academy, and it could, and I love that stuff. And I want more of the Dormammu, because as a youngster, I never really I miss Mephisto. None of that, right? I don't really remember reading any of that. Dormammu.
It was all in like Silver Surfer and Ghost Rider.
Yeah,
stuff, right?
and I kind of was like straight hardcore X-Men or whatever it was. But I want to see all of that. And dude, hey man, I just hope whatever they do, like, I want her to be, if she's gonna be a bad girl, then be a bad girl for a minute. And I would love to see that inner struggle with her being a bad girl, bad decisions, justifying them for whatever she did it for, and then you have the good guy is trying to get her back. I want to see all that, but I'm scared that probably nobody watched it, right? The ratings are probably bad. Who knows if they're going to get a season 2? And remember,
they won't. They've already announced it's dead. Yeah.
See, this one was filmed 3 years ago. They had her on the show for 3 years, and so you gave us this, and then how are you going to finish it? Kind of like what Star Wars did, Acolyte. Like, some of us waited 4 years for that. We got what we got. It was poo-poo. And there was some good to take from that show, and you can't do nothing with it now. So,
real quick, pause for the calls. Yeah, I saw this on Instagram yesterday. Baby Flash Ray has joined the community as of yesterday at 1:40 p.m. 8 pounds 1 ounce. Mom's sore, but baby and mom are doing good. Congratulations, homie. Congratulations to the mom. Yeah, very awesome.
I do got some comics though. Look at this.
Oh, look at that 1 in 10.
Yes, but check this out, Cliff. So I go to get my books, and it's not bagged and board. So they thought that the 1 in 10 was the sketch cover. So this was not bagged and board, dude. They pulled it out, and it's got some issues there. I mean, I'm not trying to resell this. This is just going into
beautiful.
Yeah,
that look negative spacey. I may have to find that.
Yeah, and then
it is a negative space.
This is the one he thought was a 1 in 10. I was like, no, dude, come on. All right, whatever. He gave it to me for $5 because of the damage it had. Obviously, I'm getting another Transformers 1 in 10. I'm super behind.
That's a cool cover. Devastator.
All those DNA 1 in 10 form a connecting cover too.
Nice.
I do all the G.I. Joes. And because this is for Mark, I
haven't even read. Which one are you enjoying more before you get to Batman? With the G.I. Joe, or are you enjoying
I fell off months ago, dude.
Gotcha.
I got probably now a long box of stuff that I'm behind. All the new X-Men after Krakoa, I haven't read it. I only read Absolute Batman. And
stop lighting fires on YouTube and get to reading.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I do.
Oh, that one got him. That one got him.
Mark, tell us how you really feel Friday morning.
You didn't have to do that to me. That's what Marcus does to me every day. Yeah, something's killing the children. I know. I'm like Riri, bro. I'm tortured. But like G.I. Joe, I do it for all you guys. To defend you guys. Psylocke. That's a good way to justify it, right? No, and Wonder Woman. I just get these for Mark.
Dude, you're gonna enjoy them. I like that you got you'll be able to read them back to back. I haven't read mine yet, but that Nick Klein cover is amazing.
That's it. Yeah. But other than that, man, good to be on with all you guys. Good to be on. Cliff, I think this is our first time being on. I just want to say, Cliff, I did apologize in one of my whatever videos, and now that we're on face to face, I do apologize. Sorry.
Thank you.
But what are you sorry for, Darth? That was a half-ass apology, which y'all are not fans of half apology.
You can't be doing this to me.
I'm
I
just-
apologize. I apologize.
I know what it's for.
Yeah,
I'm just messing with him. Please don't fall for my shenanigans.
You know, and I hope he respects that whatever is going on outside in the community, you know, when I'm doing a live, it's just about the love of comics, and I'm not gonna mix in the other stuff. You know, like y'all have plenty of spaces to share that stuff.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You're right. There's good people over there, Cliff. There's good people over there, dude. I will say.
I gotta tell you, I had a really complicated conversation with a couple of people over there, and I'm like, all right, look, I'm not gonna get in this. I'm just saying, these are a couple things that you did that are not a good look, and I think a couple of you aren't even aware of that, and do whatever you want with it. Bye.
Yeah.
But other than that, good stuff, huh? Dude, I'm gonna watch it again. I like that show. And the last episode, bro, come on, I
liked it too.
Oh, dude.
But Riri does have some good qualities. I just feel like all the bad was very overshadowing in this show. Izzy has a kid.
Yeah.
Just like Caroline said earlier, no one's completely good or completely bad. So I can see that.
Right, and I feel
about
like
Ironheart.
Yes,
I didn't see it yet.
Oh, well,
listen to Cliff.
For you.
Listen to Cliff. He'll get you caught up.
Yeah, but like, I just feel like whatever this is, or however they're going. You know what's so funny? I was saving my capture for later, and I was like, of course. But whatever it is, I really felt this was an act one for her, right? And of course, because of the way all things Disney are, who freaking knows what they're going to do? But I do hope someone over there is just saying, "F it, we're going to stick."
Yeah,
they don't have to. They can do it in a good way. They can stick some of these landings and give us quality. Just focus on sticking some of these landings and quality.
Yeah.
Has she been confirmed for the next big crossover movie?
No. I haven't. I thought of that's what I was thinking. But hey, look, I'd be okay with that because, see, I know a lot of people didn't like Phase 4, and I get it, and a lot of people.
5.
True, but I like to me, all of it looks like, you know, like this Ironheart. It's it's a one-shot comic. And you got your first appearance of a bad guy of that level, Mephisto, kind of like what they tried to do with Phase 4. It's kind of comic booky. That's why I kind of like it. But if this is in its own little world as they fight Doom, and then we come back and have to deal with Mephisto, on if they build that adjacent to what's going on with Doom, I think that'd be dope. I think that would work because then you get past Doom, and now you got Mephisto.
There's so much brilliant shit. Like, for instance, at the end of Secret War, when, like, we're going to rebuild the Marvel Universe, reboot the Marvel Universe, if Riri is present for that and Mephisto gets his fingertips in reshaping the universe, like, that's a great twist that I don't think they'll do. Izzy, I see your hand is up. I call on you.
Mephisto should be the villain that ultimately would be part of Vision Quest. He was probably going to end up being the TV Thanos of the world, where Doom will be the movie, Mephisto will be for TV, because they already went out on the record to say that TV and movies are going to eventually.
Great job.
They might cross half, but they're going to be in their separate little pocket universes. So I'm assuming you don't introduce Mephisto without.
They're not going to be in separate universes. They're going to stop holding the writers to the mandate.
Yeah, but it's like a pocket universe, kind of like the way X-Men in the comics usually have their own thing going on, where everybody else is doing their own little
they're
thing.
Technically continuity.
Yeah, they're all
which is a funny thing for them to do, because these shows have had this really, really blaringly obvious format or formula where wherever the character starts is where it has to finish. Like look at Falcon and the Winter Soldier TV show. It started with Sam with the shield. As the upcoming Captain America. That's where we left Sam. That's where we started the TV show. And the TV show took him on this journey of getting rid of the shield, not being the next Captain America, and ended with Sam with the shield as the next Captain America. It's ended right where it began. And that's kind of how they did them. The shows, while they were like heavily tied to the movies, they weren't really plot forward shows very much. Like they go back and kind of do stuff in the movies that tailored to it more, but the shows never really led the charge of the story.
And the way I look at it with Mephisto, he has a huge history with Scarlet Witch. So that's why I'm saying the Vision. Now he won't be the main baddie of Vision Quest. He'll probably be the last baddie, the final boss, since there's no wrestling talk here. You guys, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. So I think that's going to be the approach. Because even Daredevil could fall in Mephisto, because they've done that line. They did that line before
with the hand and all that type of stuff. I mean, that's if they want to do that, keep like that pocket and bring in the street level heroes. That'd be dope.
Can you imagine the actual table conversation where they decided to bring Mephisto into this? Like it's such a weird thing to bring Mephisto into an Ironheart show.
I know. Okay,
it worked. I mean, I think it worked.
Works.
I'm saying I'm not saying it didn't work because the hood was your doorway in, but like just at the ground level of all of this, knowing like we didn't get Armor Wars, we're getting like it clearly had to come from internet conversation, right? How everyone, again, think of the time era that this was written and made. Everyone was like looking for wallpaper art that looks like Mephisto and Wanda.
Oh yeah.
I remember that. Like,
I remember that. Yeah.
Everybody was pushing Mephisto. I mean, that book even spiked. That was still during the bubble, right before everything popped.
Yeah.
So, but I like it, dude. I'm glad I like it, because I was really rooting for it. I want DC to get a win, all of it. So I'm good. Like I said, this show might have been made for me. It was all discombobulated, and I like that crazy shit. And I can roll with it. I just shout out to the actors, man. They were given shit to work with, and they pulled it off. Some of the dialogue,
did they?
To me, they did. Their acting chops. They made that dialogue serviceable. The little team of the bad guys
were awful.
I enjoyed it.
I could not cringe listening to dialogue through this and watching.
But it's there like
about it earlier. Like
I thought the villain team was fine. It was Parker who had very hit and miss moments.
Yeah,
really?
I like
some moments he could nail it.
Yeah.
And other moments, I was like, why did they let him sound like a cheese ball? What are we doing?
It's the dialogue.
It's the dialogue, but it's also like the delivery. Like, I don't know the person's name, but who's the person from the Drag Race show? It was their first performance ever. Every single there's no inflection in his voice, just flat and weird. And then like the Blood Brothers were weird and cringy. Like Clown had like character to that character. That was the only one out of the whole team, including Anthony Ramos, that I thought was actual performer out of the entire group.
My only problem with Shea Coulee is I felt like Shea Coulee was being Shea Coulee. You know?
Was that the
that's the drag queen, yeah.
That's a perfect example of he did the best he could with what he had to work with that was on that script. Like you could see that the dude's got some chops, got some range, might have a little bit of range, can be comedic and all that, but his lines were bad. Even when he traps Ironheart, that was the worst line. Like, oh, dude, come on. Like he traps her, puts her in the van, says a one-liner, and gets back in the van. I'm like, that was so cheesy, but I don't hold it against them because what they had to work with. The cousin, that kid's been around, dude. He was on the Strain. He was on the show. Yeah, I love some Christina Hendricks. Obviously, he was on the show with her when they had the housewives that were kind of going bad, and they were doing heists. They were robbing banks. He was the bad guy. He had some that I think he did well. It's just they had shit to work with, and you almost want to give him a little bit of props for delivering some of that crap. But
I think the only time that there was like a solid performance at all in this show at all was when they gave us that flashback scene in episode 5 or whatever when she was with her stepdad in the garage. I'm like, holy smoke.
Yeah,
like despite me like feeling completely disassociated from these performances as I'm watching it,
I watched that scene and it still had the emotional hit to that beat. I'm like, damn. Like who they call in to write this scene? Who filmed this scene? Like this is
well, that's another thing. There's such a gap in time and production, right? I feel like there was different fingers in the pots, and let's edit and tweak, and again, that's my feeling. It's conjecture. Who knows what happened?
I struggle with the lead actress that played Ironheart. They played Riri.
I will say, I liked her more here.
Yes.
Than in Wakanda Forever.
Yes, and I'm gonna go look up where she's from, because I'm not from Chicago. I live in the Chicago area now, and they do have an accent, and it's a lot cultural. And I hear an accent in her, and I was like, man, fuck, is that Chicago? Because I work with people from Chicago from all different colors, right? And so I was like, oh man, if she is, it's authentic. And I do like seeing it being street level and them filming in Chicago. That's dope. That's a lot of good to take from it, man. I just hope they finish this arc. They could put her and Mephisto somewhere else in another show or whatever they want to do, but give us. You better finish this.
You're not.
I don't even mind it being part of a movie. I really don't. I just want Mephisto to be a fully realized threat.
And he's got his team. He's got Riri as a team.
You can't put him on an ending of a show and not expect him to return.
Yes, and remember what he
That's
said.
literally what they've done for the past 4 years.
Yeah,
with everybody else. I know what you mean.
Here.
That is what they do. That is what you should expect.
They have unresolved threads left and right. The first time we touched on Eternals was this last Captain America movie.
Star Fox, Hercules. What?
It's all the shit. I want Star Fox. Hercules. You better believe
the Blade situation is a thing all to itself. That's all.
What I'm saying, it's included.
That's all to itself.
It's all
part of it, but that's writers and directors and issues there.
What about when he says that the top 10 Forbes list? I want to know those people. I want to know the 14 kings. We know who the Beetle was, and whatever else he mentioned. I want to know all that, dude.
Armor Wars.
Yeah.
He mentioned a couple popes.
Yes, a couple popes. Dude, we gotta know this, man. Don't tease this guy and give us all those nuggets, and then you just completely go away, and we never even.
But that was also part of the what is it, JPEG edict.
Yes,
they just wanted to throw things at people.
Yeah, it was.
And
it was
they never really had anything solved, so they just started throwing things out. I think we'll eventually get to that point. Like, no one's talking about the fact that Thor has a kid.
That he adopted from.
Yeah.
Okay,
still, it's his kid.
Yeah,
not a single word about this kid.
Thor. No one has even seen or heard from Thor since that movie. There's been
because he's embarrassed of the movie. That's what it really is.
Well, I know he's embarrassed of the movie, but I'm saying them in Marvel, in MCU, no one's even seen or heard of him. They're all like, "Oh, well, Thor's away." Jane Foster's in Valhalla planning her comeback.
Thor's one of those guys that he could disappear. He could always disappear and return
and come back to a big battle.
Separate thing,
right. And so is like Carol Danvers. She could come back when needed. They're they don't have to be on Earth, right?
Yeah,
on the planet.
Scarlet Witch, she didn't really die. Everybody says she died. She ain't dead.
I want to see her in X-Men.
It doesn't even matter if she did die. There's plenty there to resurrect her.
It doesn't matter if anybody in her dead. It's a comic book.
I mean, let me tell you, if someone brings her back, I say it's gonna be Wicked.
Yes.
Well, that's the whole point. The whole Wicked story, I think, works really well with Mephisto because in the comic books,
did you guys? Because I wasn't over this pocket of Community. Did you guys like Miss Marvel? I love Miss Marvel, but then again, I enjoyed it. I'm a Kamala Khan. That long box behind there is her whole run. Everything Miss Marvel's done. So I like Miss Marvel. I liked Scarlet Witch, and I liked Vision both seasons. I love Hawkeye. You know what? I liked all the shows except help me out.
She-Hulk.
I like She-Hulk. The other
I like parts of She-Hulk.
Moon Knight.
I like parts of She-Hulk. I don't like all of it.
Yeah,
See, I thought Moon Knight had
was a
way
wash.
more.
She-Hulk was a wash.
Yeah,
I enjoyed. I think the most Falcon and Captain America.
like
That one I enjoyed.
Save for the soapbox speech that undermined it so much, but that wasn't enough for me to dislike it. The soapbox speech at the end of "Do better," like, bro, you're literally standing for actual murdering terrorists right now. That's fucking crazy.
That last episode was the hurtful episode, but the whole thing was pretty strong.
Yeah, like they couldn't get a loan thing was cheesy.
Well, it
but
was
that didn't harm the rest of it.
Yeah, but you said it earlier. It was a diversion right back to the beginning, right? So it just diverted right back to the beginning. The only difference is that in the beginning he didn't have a white suit.
I love
Echo. Yeah, Echo.
Him and Bucky's dynamic. Those two characters are great together. Anthony Mackie is such a performer. He's fun to watch.
Echo.
Him and Sebastian Stan.
Yeah, I didn't even watch Echo.
Yeah, Echo was the one, and I really pulled for that show. I like the actress, but
yes, Mike, I agree with you, Mike.
Echo was a whole.
We need Warlock back.
Yeah, Echo was tough, dude. And I rewatched it the other day because I was like, oh, dude, I couldn't. My problem was the movies.
I have not watched Echo at all.
I probably would have
recommended
recommended
the She-Hulk for what it was, because I know people got mad because of the breaking of the fourth wall or whatever.
I enjoyed parts of She-Hulk.
I don't think anyone was mad about breaking the fourth wall. I think everyone expected that. It was literally everything else with the show was just ass.
I liked it.
I like the Daredevil episode.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I like the Daredevil.
I love that man came out of retirement to play her father. I love it.
I remember how much shit I was catching with people like saying like I'm not feeling this. It's kind of weird. And then fast forward the clock, it's looked at as like one of like the biggest turds that they put out. Like,
yeah, it's like you get vindicated later. Everybody jumps on. Everybody agrees with you later. You know what, Mark? That was trash.
That's just the last episode of She-Hulk. Grab the trash dumpster, right, and then poured it over your head, right, and then just fans were just not feeling it.
Yeah, the last episode was rough.
It was bad before that for me. When they took the wrecking, when you saw what they did, like there's certain indicators that happen for me. There's certain things that stand out. Everyone has different experiences with cinema, with TV show, where different things will stand out to you differently. For me, the She-Hulk indicators came early, and when they showed the Wrecking Crew and how the writers of this show view these characters in these books in this way, I'm like, it's a wash. There's nothing that's good that's going to come out of this. When they turn Abomination into the sister wife's husband and all this stupid shit, I'm like, this is fucking dumb.
Yeah,
I don't care that you put the ears on him.
Yeah,
I just felt that overall most of the Disney shows were very mid. At the end of the day, I didn't. I mean, there were some
Hawkeye was exemplary.
Yeah, I thought Hawkeye and Winter Soldier and the Falcon were bad.
Rob wasn't done. Like he was trying to get a whole ass point out. He has a very quiet microphone, and it's he gets stepped on very, very easily when he's trying to talk.
We've upset Rod. Well, I did it.
No, we all did it.
Yeah. Well, he's right.
We're sorry, Rob.
Sorry, Rob.
What is going on, Brian?
Sorry, Rob. Oh, look, McClay. Flipper.
What's up, guys?
Flipperverse.
Yeah, usually I'm not up to this early, but I figured I had to stop in and say hello.
Hello. Good morning. Happy 4th of July weekend. Hope it's a good one for you.
Dude, it started out great. This whole week has been really, really good. Get ready for San Diego. You guys go to San Diego?
Hell no. That's across the entire planet from me. I'm on the East Coast.
Rob, you going?
Definitely not.
Oh.
I've never been to San Diego. My sister went, and she told me after going there 1 year, she said, I will never go again. And I just don't like standing in lines. And when I go to cons, I want comics. San Diego is not that anymore. It's nothing but lines and non-comics.
Well, I'll give you that. I apologize for the planes that are going to be flying over. Sometimes I'll try and mute, but I agree to that to a point. But that's not the reason I go to San Diego anymore. I go to San Diego because it's probably, in my opinion, the best con to hang out with friends and meet, people. And, yeah, I probably over the last 5 times that I've been to San. I haven't missed San Diego since COVID, and I went for many years before. But at least the last 5 times that I've been there, I spend more time outside of the con than I do in. I probably spend about 2 to 3 hours inside the con each day if I'm lucky. And then, I mean, it's a freaking blast for the camaraderie and that type of stuff.
For me, for the group of people that I know more and stuff, like WonderCon is becoming that for me for the West Coast, right? Is that I'll go down there to WonderCon to go hang out with and make all the people that I know that are coming out here that are here on the West Coast, as opposed to, and it's much cheaper than me going down into San Diego for that. So
yeah, I was really lucky. I just so for the first year, I told the guys that I create content with over on Beyond Wednesdays. I said, let's do a variant and let's use that money to pay for all of our trip. Throw a couple $1,000 on everybody's account, whatever. So this year, almost everybody at Beyond Wednesdays is going except for one person. And we all have the same we rented a big Airbnb right on Market Street. So we decided, okay, let's do it. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but we just announced it on Wednesday night. We did a G.I. Joe variant with Suspiria, and we did 250. It's a Baroness cover. We did 250 copies, and then we did a Scarlet cover. That's 250 copies. And we Suspiria Vilches. So she's one of my new favorite artists. If you go to Big Clutch's site, Mark, bigclutch.com, I think it is, you can see the variants. But so anyways, I told Clutch last night, I said, hey, let's allocate a certain amount for our viewers, and then we'll put it up so it doesn't sell out and they can get some. They won't get them till after the con, but we'll give them a chance. And so I go, why? I didn't think it was going to happen. I figured maybe we'll sell like 20 sets or something. And so we
is that it?
We no, go it's look up G.I. Joe on the site and it should pop up. If you go to search G.I. Joe, I think it's for the new one that just came out. Was that 318 that has the Storm Shadow 1 and 10?
I have no clue. Did it sell out and you took it down?
It sold out. So what ended up happening? Actually, just go to the IG. You'll see it on my IG. You'll at least see my my thumbnail from the other night that has it on there. So we put up. I figured we'd only sell like 30 copies, and I'm like, put it up for 24 hours. Whatever sells, we'll use that to pay for the cost of the variant. And it sold. We sold 85 copies within an hour, or less than an hour. So now we're taking the rest, and we got a table at San Diego this year, so we're gonna put them on our table, and yeah. So so I'm super stoked. Like it gave me a lot of extra energy to be excited about, kind of just everything that's going on in comics lately. I was really, a little worried that it wouldn't go over.
Just got done doing that with the C3 art book at Heroes Con. I know the feeling you got, that you want it to do well. You want to see that people like it, not just like do well on a financial level, but you want to see that people enjoyed it, like the effort and energy
totally
goes into it. You want to see that it pays off with other people enjoying partaking in it as well. Just definitely a huge W when that happens.
Which there are still those books available. If anybody's wondering, you can click the link that's pinned up above. It'll take you to the website, which then you can get to on the cover page, the link to the art book as well as the Crow
and update on this.
exclusive.
Yeah, we had an update on this, Rob. The Crow got delayed at the printer. The Crow is here. The Crow is it's here. As we haven't made the announcement, it's not in hand. It's in BTC has sent it. It's heading our way. I have all the tracking for it. It's in transit to us, but it's from the printer. It's bagged. It's boarded. It's so that'll be ready to ship out in the next few days here. Get it in hand. Send out the pre-orders that already ordered. And if you haven't got one yet, you can go order that as well.
Everybody who had looked to pick one up at Heroes Con and missed out because we missed out. We appreciate you thinking about placing that order online because we were expecting to have them in hand at a con to try to sell.
Wait, explain the Crow comic. Limited to 300. It's cover art by Ace Continuato. It's the Crow Dead Time issue #1 from Sumerian Comics. It's a BTC Comics Curing Cancer exclusive.
Hello, John.
What is
don't say
150 copies donated.
I mean, I was trying to mind my business
that we're selling through our site.
Marvel.
100% of those proceeds go to Comics Curing Cancer, as opposed to the ones sold through BTC, where profits go to him. Sorry about that.
All right, now good morning, John.
Yes, good morning, John. What's up, dude?
What's up, people? Just waking up here, just having my coffee.
Nice.
You fine, folks.
Yeah, really.
Talking
I was
about the
here,
TV
been here for a
shows
while.
Oh man, I was laying in bed thinking like, no way he's gonna go live this morning. He's gonna be smoking something outside and taking care of kids over here. No way does Mark go live. And then lo and behold, you can't hold a good man down.
That's Tower of Babel, Mark Wayne, as I call him, looking like a young Bruce Springsteen with the.
I was gonna say,
yeah. What's up, John? Look, John.
What you got? Hell yeah, great cover.
John, did you watch Ironheart?
I've been trying to mention it. Yeah, Marvel makes TV shows. I didn't know
this guy.
I'm kind of off. I legitimately haven't watched them. I haven't even seen Loki season 2. Like I'm way back. Like I kind of gave up on the whole thing.
Loki season 2 is a bag of ass, but the finale was one of the greatest single episodes of television I've ever seen.
It's not a bag of ass. You're being harsh.
Yes,
I watched
because we're online. We're supposed to entertain. I'm supposed to infuriate some people and validate others and do it simultaneously. So I do that by saying
Kamala Khan TV show is the last one I watched. I think.
Did you like that, John?
It was Miss Marvel was so good that he stopped watching Marvel. Good job.
No, the truth is, I don't have that much energy to donate to Marvel like intellectual property. Like I'll go see a 2-hour movie, fine, but I don't want to do like a whole. The shows, they all feel like they've got dead weight. They all seem like over long, and there's so many shows to watch. Like, it's got to compete against Severance and whatever the heck else. So like, why am I donating all this time to something that at the best is mediocrity, right? Like,
have you finished Severance yet? Did you finish season 2?
I haven't even started season 2 yet.
Yeah.
All that talking, he hasn't finished. It's
my example. It's my example. Actually,
what's that on Apple?
Apple, yeah.
Yeah, it's Apple.
They got a lot of good stuff.
Dude.
No,
it might not be your jam. It might not, but if they made it, the quality is
exactly.
There.
But I think I was telling John in the Discord, they don't get no ratings, and they've already said they're cutting back on a lot of their stuff. So all those good shows that are so good that nobody watches. Who knows?
Silo is one of my go-to, man. I love them.
I heard good things.
Their comedies are good. The one with
the studio that they just did with Seth Rogen was insane.
Oh well, the Seth Rogen show that he did with
the
Australian.
I heard a lot of good things about that.
With the Australian Rose Byrne, that show like 2 years ago it made me laugh out loud. The one that they did with what's the guy Vince Vaughn, where he's at Miami. That was funny.
They do the MonsterVerse show. We're getting a second season.
Yes.
I think that they're in a sweet spot though. Same thing with Amazon Prime. Like Netflix is the only outlier of a successful streaming service. They're the only one that exists. The rest of them are financial failures. Period, across the board. But Amazon is not a streaming service. It's a major company, tech company, the biggest shop in the world that they can just have this streaming platform just cause they don't.
Yeah. There's nothing on
we do it just cause. And Apple's the same way. They can do it just cause they can afford these massive losses where other companies have every one of these companies, these streaming companies, their books are completely different from the next one. The way that they're structured, the way that their money's coming in and going out. So it's such a weird thing that's interesting. It's just fascinating to look at.
Sure.
Well said. But Apple is good. I recommend
Apple's
Apple.
amazing.
Oh my dude, they have so much, and then they got the peanuts on there, right? If I'm
Oh yeah,
mistaken.
the Charlie Brown
They
stuff.
got the Charlie Brown. There's a new Charlie Brown coming that they're doing. They have so much shit on there, dude. They have the one with the.
They also got
Adventure of Charlie Brown,
F1.
and your kids don't give a shit. That's
They
what
have
it's called.
F1, which is going to be on their streaming platform once it's out of the movies. So that's a huge success for them. And again, they don't need the money. They have the money, so they got money to spend.
That's good.
You know what I mean? And they just spend it. To them, it's like pennies. So
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff. They're so good. They're so good. But they had Ted Lasso. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
that's arguably one of the greatest.
John got me into that. I was aware of
And
it, but hearing
Shrinking,
his high
man.
praise of it, it was
Don't
what a
forget
ride.
Shrinking. Harrison
gotta-
Ford's been crushing Shrinking.
Harrison Ford is boring, dude. I can't, dude.
See, this is where Darth Lopez and I.
Yeah,
definitely
Harrison Ford.
diverge.
I don't
He
even
said
care
about
about
1,000 things that separates him from common sense since he hopped on. John, don't take it
well
personally.
because I'm nonsensical, so it's okay. It fits my character. But I'll tell you, Harrison Ford is boring. I don't even like Indiana Jones.
Did you see yesterday they announced a full reboot to the Indiana Jones franchise? No,
I mean,
not
it's an
what the
intellectual
fuck?
property. At some point, it was guaranteed to happen, right?
Who cares?
Oh
But
man,
if it's good, you know.
what's the over under on that happening?
It'll happen to Star Wars
It'll
too.
absolutely happen. It'll happen.
I've been saying
But,
they
like,
need to do it to the MCU for years now. Again, this is
What?
one of those things I've been saying about the MCU for years that people were calling me crazy, stupid, all this shit. But I'm saying the only way that the MCU can get back to succeeding is with a full reboot. You shelve it, you kill it, burn it with fire, give it some time, and bring the characters back that the fan base is attached to. We're not attached to these actors. We loved Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. People could love the next actor as Iron Man more or less or around the same. Mileage may vary.
I agree with that completely, except for the idea that they're going to wait, because nobody waits anymore. It's an intellectual property. They got to cash in on the market while it's hot, and so it's same with Indiana Jones. You know, it's not any different than when they recast James Bond the first time. Like, people were like probably up in arms, like, how do you do James Bond without Sean Connery? You can't do this. And then lo and behold, here we are decades later, and they're just doing it again and again and again.
I think James Bond is one of those, like, experiencing it in real time versus looking back on it. We're seeing that same thing where in real time people were anti-changing from Connery, but 40 years later, you look back and you like this actor, you like that actor, you like them all for different reasons, but for the most part, you enjoy the franchise. We've seen that happen with Star Wars already. We're in kind of like the third generation for Star Wars, and they're broken into trilogies
for sure.
And there is that overwhelming dislike for the prequels when they came out by the OG fans, by the OG trilogy fans. Some people liked it, some people didn't like it. But the general public accepted it enough that it was a financial mega success. But now when the sequels came out, it shifted. Those kids that experienced the prequels were grown now. Our love for that era, we're now the dominant fan base spending money on this stuff. And we're over here, myself included, shitting on modern day Star Wars as much as I can because you're destroying the legacy of my beloved prequels.
Now, but to your point and to Sledge's point, even, like, does following that pattern make the characters and those universes less timeless and more of an era? Because you watch Roger Moore now and you're like, that's just 70s Bond. Like, it's so 70s, it's so silly, it's so ridiculous, even into, like, you know, Time to Kill. And now he's got, or what, it's not Time to Kill, it's called View to a Kill. And it's like all like, you got crazy 80s music going on in there, and Christopher Walken's chewing scenery, and you're just
running on alligators and shit.
So, like, does that dilute the property? Because now it doesn't become timeless. It now becomes very specifically of that era when it's produced, right? So now you're like, oh, this is just that 2030s Indiana Jones. It's very different than the other Indiana Jones because it's of that era, right?
Why don't
now
we just bring Shia LaBeouf back? Oh, that's right, because Disney killed him.
Oh, so awful.
I like that. I like that dude.
That movie was horrible. Come on.
He's a good actor.
Jesus Christ.
Yo, hopefully we bring him back for Transformers now that the GOAT has returned.
Oh
Look,
my God,
Not feeling that. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
dude.
I am not
what,
feeling that one.
what are we gonna do,
Mark? There
what
are
is?
no
I'm not
good
gonna accept that
Transformers
as
live
an
action
answer, bro.
movies.
No,
the
the first one, John. That's about it. He's just gonna
No.
slow motion.
I'm not even giving you that one.
That's all
I'm
he
not even
does.
giving
Just
you that
slow
one.
motion. We'll get a hot chick and Daisy Dukes, and it'll just be.
We're gonna get a highway chase scene. Like we're gonna have cars. You see that?
Of some kind. No,
Michael Bay did The Rock.
I'm
That's his
excited for
fucking.
the next soundtrack with Linkin Park. Let's go. Give me all of it.
Aerosmith.
We have the new lead singer now.
Aerosmith
We
sold
got the new
out.
girls.
Aerosmith sold out long ago with their butt rock ballads on MTV.
Yeah,
but,
the name of the song's gonna be "What We've Done."
Yeah, dude. Nobody cares.
Here's my feelings about Transformers is different from Jurassic Park in that Jurassic Park actually has one good movie.
Oh,
Burn.
let's go, John.
I like the first Transformers though.
No,
After that, they got
The first one is okay. The ones that followed suck. Bumblebee I enjoyed a lot.
Yeah,
Bumblebee. That opening.
Transformers 3
I'm with John.
Amazing.
You know what? When I go to see Jurassic Park, at least even the crappy ones, I see fucking dinosaurs, which is what I go to see. When I go to see Transformers, I want to see robots fighting robots.
Well, Rob, let me tell you about Transformers: Age of Extinction, where we get robot dinosaurs.
That's the last one they did was pretty good with Ramos, with the guy that with the red.
Yeah, Rise of the Beast.
I like that, dude. I had fun with that.
Hey, who produced that?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he could
I
direct the
know
movie.
it
Wayne.
definitely doesn't, but keep that in
Okay.
mind when everyone's like, "I'm going to see." I love Ironheart because Ryan Coogler doesn't miss. Well, Ryan Coogler didn't fucking make Ironheart, did he?
No,
he just gave him some money.
All he did was produce it in a way that he just says, "Hey, yeah, look, Ironheart." He didn't spend money. He
He not only didn't spend money, he got given money for permission to put his name on it.
Yeah, that's
You know
it.
who spent
He's
money?
one of those types
This
of-
guy right here who bought one of these nice, beautiful comics carrying cancer mugs, the limited edition 2020.
Yeah. All bullshit aside, I love being an outlier on this one. I absolutely love Michael Bay as a director. He understands the assignment for the films that he makes. He's not making anything that he's hoping gets him to the Oscars. He's making summer action popcorn flicks. I like that I grew up in an era where there's an actual genre of movies. These are action movies. These are thrillers. These are comedies. These are summer popcorn blockbusters, Armageddon, all fantastical stories, actors you like in roles you wouldn't expect them in, because like you can find these guys catching nominations for other properties and projects. But here we're here to have fun. Why do we need these oil drillers to go to space? Why can't we just train the astronauts to drill? We don't give a shit. Give us the oil, because Harry Stamper is a goddamn American hero.
That was a good movie, bro. That was a good movie. He goes, remember what you're NASA. What do you mean you don't have a contingency plan? You're fucking NASA for crying. I love Armageddon. Yeah.
But those, I love those movies. Bad Boys 2.
Oh, I forgot. Gosh. Yeah, you know what, Michael Bay? I take it back. Oh shit. So he's
I like Pain and Gain with The Rock and Mark Wahlberg, where they're the dude, like 13 hours. Amazing.
You like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Fuck, I gotta take it back.
Dude, I love those Ninja Turtles movies. Like I even just took the first one to John Jang to sign the Steelbook because he did the design for those characters and stuff.
So he did Bad Boys 1 and 2.
Yep.
Oh, I love those. I like those.
Did you want to be backstage?
No. I changed.
Michael Bay did give us the 90s. I love The Rock, man. That's his
I
masterpiece.
take Michael Bay films and they exist in my own mind, the way I categorize things with Roland Emmerich films, like Independence Day, 2012. Like these are not meant to be, they know what they're making when they set out to make them. Like, yeah. But there's no disconnect from me, the viewer, and how I feel the cast and crew, their mind's eye on what they have. Like, I'm not expecting this. I'm not being told that I'm wrong in my opinion for thinking it's schlock or this or that.
You're wrong about that Godzilla movie with Matthew Broderick. That thing is
that was
trash.
Hot trash. That was dookie.
Y'all barking up the wrong tree right now.
But this new Godzilla verse, not because my kids love it, Monsterverse love it so much. I love the Godzilla movies. I love the Kong movies. King Ghidorah is that's my monster.
Monster X.
Yeah, dude, that's my guy. I hope.
How good was King of the Monsters? Like they
Dude, I like them all.
They said the first one they wanted more. They wish there was more monsters, and they gave us that second one with Rodan and freaking Mothra, Ghidorah.
I had to go
Woke
find
up all the Titans. That was insane.
that was dope. I know that movie by heart because my boys, dude, for like months, over back to back to back, and I don't get bored, and then I always catch something that I didn't catch.
There's so much lore in those. There's so much lore.
Yeah.
And in the Apple show, they introduced Axis Monday, the place between kind of Hollow Earth and the surface.
Yes,
I thought that was amazing.
Which people should watch that season 2. The homegirl from Prey was cast for it.
Yeah, dude, that was,
I can't think of her
a
name.
fantastic movie as well.
Yeah,
that's why I always, I keep them clips in here, those Monsterverse clips.
Because you're battle content ready, Wayne.
No, because I just love the Monsterverse. And that was like the coldest entrance in any movie I'd ever seen when he rolled into Access Monday in that the season finale. I keep those in there because I do the new DC Day stream on Tuesday, which is like the most successful thing I do. Is like averages like 50 live viewers in the middle of the day on a Tuesday. But because they did the Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong show, I keep Monsterverse clips in here for the DC Day stream.
Kristen Dutz Beckerman wasn't on in that movie.
Oh, she plays the asteroid. It's a running joke that at the time Kirsten Dunst was in everything. She played the asteroid in Armageddon.
I wrote a song for Beckerman. I just remixed Pro Jam's Better Man to Beckerman. It's Discord shit.
Oh, this is, dude, that's, I don't know what you're trying to get across, Mike, but you might want to check the record on both of those people. Weird comparison.
Yes, Bryan Singer has some smut on him that's not good.
Yeah, terrible person.
Yeah.
He's done.
Yeah, he's been done
for a long time. He's been done for a while.
Yeah. Him and the other guy that
he's done.
Movies.
Kevin Spacey's done.
The director for Godzilla King of the Monsters, that second one we were just talking about, he's also in that same exact boat. He's done for the same reasons. Mm-hmm. And that one didn't catch as much paparazzi, but that's why you haven't seen him ever again.
Just like Ratner. Ratner's done too, right?
Brett Ratner, early. Yeah. That was an early allegation. A lot of people,
Yeah.
Brian, do you get into the Monsterverse stuff at all?
Dude, I don't know how you guys watch fucking movies. I don't got time. If like,
dude, I run a kennel, raise 3 kids, watch movies.
That's probably it, dude. That's probably the reason. It's very rare for me to watch anything that's not on YouTube. Like, and what I mean by that is, I'm a history documentary nerd. And that's what I watch. 90%.
My job helps out tremendously. So for movies, I go see them premiere night. Like that's how I go see them on Thursday nights. I'm lucky that my mom and dad live in town. So if it's something that the kids can't see or whatever, they're here in 5 minutes, able to watch them, kind of thing. Most of these movies I drag my dad to. I pay for his Marvel tickets because he's not going to spend $1 on it. I tell him like, you're going to make your favorite son sit there by himself, and he's like, whatever, I'm coming. So he reluctantly comes with me because he loves me. Yeah, of course I'm the favorite. My brother might disagree, but he's entitled to be wrong. So my dad comes with me if it's something that the wife don't care about or anything, and I have to plan for it. But it's just, I don't know, we're a movie household. We always have
me too.
Shows and stuff. I work 11-hour shifts with animals. So it's easy for me to have an earbud in and have something going on the table right there, and I kind of just listen in while I work and peek over when necessary, and so
that's what me and my wife do. We alternate. So like she knows if there's a movie I want to go see on Thursday, I'll go see that movie on Thursday. She'll stay with the boys, and then whatever she wants to do or her day go wherever she wants to go for a few hours, go ahead. That's how we do it on big
like
movies.
For Superman. Like we literally plan ahead. Like a lot of people are like, oh, like they don't get it, or they don't, like the people that complain about spoilers. I have no sympathy for them because again, I work like 100%. I work a lot. I got 3 kids, and I'm very active in all their extracurricular activities, karate 4 times a week, gymnastics classes, all this stuff. Like they're for all of it. So I'm with just a little bit of effort because I actually care that I want to see them. I don't want spoilers. I go early. It's really that simple. But like Superman going Tuesday, that was the first available showing. Scored that Amazon that but my dad's going, I'm going, my wife's going, my oldest is going, Finn's going, Monkey's going. We're all going because it's something that if I go see that and regret taking children to see a Superman movie, I'm going to flame this movie.
Well, man, let's hope for the best. I'm going Thursday. It's coming out next week already.
Yes, sir.
Baby.
Yeah, we're there, bro. It's July. We're there.
I gotta tell the wifey right now. Yeah, I gotta go see Superman. I'm pulling for that movie, Wayne. I mean, if that movie is shit, you know what, man? I'm not even gonna say nothing.
I'll wait till Sunday.
Not that it matters
Sunday
what
morning,
I say, but
8:30 in the morning when all you people are still asleep, I can go have the theater to myself.
Yeah.
My dad
I
called
hope
me.
that it's
he's like,
an anomaly, and that's not the case, Rob. I hope that it's such a success that you're not by yourself.
my dad called me and he was like, "We got to go see this movie when it comes out in the theater." I'm like, "All right, pops, let's go."
Yes.
So what do you guys think is the projection? You think it's gonna be 200?
No.
Opening week? I think
No.
it's gonna pull 200.
It's if you look at the numbers right now, it's not looking good. But I don't want to.
I think they're misjudging the marketing strategy that this movie has. It's freaking everywhere. And I think
it is.
I think because of that marketing strategy, I think it could pull off the 200 million.
I also said the same thing about because going into this movie, I have been highly critical of the marketing with how they presented the first look of Superman in a cartoon show. They presented the first live action laying on the ground, beat up. Like, I'm of the mindset the first shot of him should have been a still photo from an Empire magazine of him standing there with sunlight hitting him where you could get a full shot of the suit, but they didn't do that. It's him crouched over, putting on boots. And the way that they did it enabled the internet to do what it does and come after it very negatively, which is going to happen no matter what, but they made it easy. But as we've gone into it, they've slow rolled those shots and this and that. But the marketing outside of trailers is next level. And I said this a few weeks back. I'm seeing just randoms in public wearing movie merch.
I was watching wrestling and it was all over the wrestling.
Yeah.
You watch it,
that doesn't surprise me.
Everywhere.
There's advertising constantly nowadays.
That doesn't
but
mean
you don't see
that
them
doesn't mean
like
it's gonna
heavy.
hit.
They're heavily like, I don't know. It just seems like it's already in the social zeitgeist already. Is what I'm saying.
People to do it? Is that what you mean?
No. Like, I'm seeing like randoms in public because they got these billboards up. They've got the milk bone thing. They're hitting every demographic out there. They're not doing lazy marketing, just dropping. Because I think a lot of this stuff is money laundering. They drop $100 million on marketing, and all you see is like social media trailers. No, this is real marketing. Like, it's everywhere.
It is.
It's like 90s marketing plus the social media stuff.
Well, it'll be more of a flop. Well, not like you said, they write that off. Whatever they do with that is.
I don't think.
They budgeted it
But
in.
I
It's in
don't.
the budget.
It's tracking really low, so it could. I mean, we'll see, man. I just want it to be good.
There's early reports are putting it at a projected 150 to potentially 200 domestic. These later reports based on the early ticket sales are putting it at 1 to 130 potentially. That's not. There's high disagreements across the board with the projections, but it'll be wild if it doesn't beat Man of Steel adjusted for inflation.
I think it'll definitely beat Man of Steel.
Yeah, Man of Steel lives in that 800 million, but if you adjust for inflation, Man of Steel was a $1 billion film when it came out.
Which is, I liked it. I like that movie. I like that movie a lot. It could have been cut 30 minutes and it would have been almost a masterpiece, but
I think
I like Man of Steel.
Superman.
So
Henry Cavill, what?
Best
I think
Superman?
Henry Cavill's the best Superman, dude.
A lot of people do. I'm a Christopher Reeve guy. My bias carries me through and through, and also I can argue till I'm blue in the face why he's the best, but it's just taste at this point for people.
Yeah.
Christopher Reeve, in my opinion, is Superman. Everyone else is performing and competing for second place. It's just
the TV show. The TV show will always be my Superman. George Reeves.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
He was the second TV show Superman.
That's will always be my guy.
Mine,
I used to put
Kurt Allen was the first one, who was also the radio voice.
The red towel. I used to make a cape, and I used to jump off my mom's bed, run around her apartment until she pulled up the chancla on me. So that would always be. And I'm not even a Superman guy, really, but that would always be my Superman.
That's fair. A lot, and it's like that for a lot of people. I think that's why there's such this large, combative and volatile fan base surrounding Henry Cavill, because he was a lot of people's first Superman that are having those arguments. It's people that are not the people that like, not putting you into this category, but a lot of people, especially the internet crowd of people where these conversations are had, their first visual representation of Superman was Henry Cavill.
No love for Brandon Roth.
That's their first impression. That really sits with you. So they're ready to die on this Henry Cavill hill.
Because I forgot it until you said something right there.
Yeah.
I give love to Brandon Roth, man. Got to give him some love, man. He tried.
He was the first one to wear the Kingdom Come S.
That movie was utter garbage.
I always feel like Cavill reminds me of like Pierce Brosnan when he got the part of Bond, where it feels like, you know, if you think of like all the video games that had come along at that point and all this, it's kind of like, well, he looks like Bond. He looks more like Bond. He didn't necessarily get the best screenwriting as Bond, but he has the look, and Cavill's the same way. I feel like you look at Cavill in that suit, he looks exactly like you would picture Superman to look. He just didn't get the script that Richard Donner gave Christopher Reeve when he did it. So he's always going to be up against those amazing scripts that Connery got. Pierce Brosnan might look like Bond and just have the look. And when he says Bond, James Bond, you're like, damn, that guy's on it. But then you have to watch the rest of the movie.
I think Zack Snyder did a fantastic job with his take on Superman, but I think his take on Superman is such a narrow piece of actual Superman history that you're pulling from that everyone's mind's eye of Superman is what it is. And for a lot of people, that piece of Superman comic history is not a part of their mind's eye of Superman. So it's fair that didn't resonate with them. But for other people that might have that might be included, it was an easier acceptance of that role in that take. So I think he chose, he's talked about this. He chose an uphill battle with his take on these characters. He wanted to push that really, like, I don't know, like it's definitely
I get that argument.
He wanted to push the boundaries with him, and he did.
I get that argument, but what I never enjoyed about Snyder's Superman or Snyder World is how dark the DCU is when it really isn't. That's the part I never liked about the DCU. The DC, it was always dark, including Superman. Superman should never have been a dark character. He was always gloomy. He was always emo. I think Henry Cavill was great as a Superman, but I don't think that movie, that universe, did him justice. I think that's probably what James Gunn is trying to pull off. He's like, I'm trying to make a different Superman.
It didn't have that hope built into it.
And
again,
the character is Batman. Let Batman be the dark guy. Everybody else.
That's what I kind of dug about it, because it wasn't that he was gloomy. It's like the actual story that they were telling. Like it's what are these questions that he as a character is actually up against right now? Like where in Man of Steel, it's where do I even exist? What space am I allowed to exist in? Like he was trying to discover himself and who he is for the first part of it, and then the second one is all about intervention. Like where do I fit into this? At what point? And I thought those are honest, realistic questions that would get raised in these situations.
He needed a therapist.
Batman v Superman, like where does he exist in all this? Like the whole intervention thing, like, and
I think it sucks that we didn't just get another standalone Superman movie.
Yeah.
With him.
Yeah.
That's what really sucks.
Yeah, they've talked about the actual writers table discussion for Man of Steel 2. What are we going to do with this? Who do we have him fight? We had him fight Zod already. What do we do? And someone said Batman, and they're like, that's it.
Yeah,
is that it? I love that movie. But
that movie could have been a $2 billion movie on title alone.
Yeah.
What they ended up doing was, I don't know. And then they cut it all off. They chopped his wings.
Well, it's kind of obvious why. Do you remember what else came out that summer? The posters look identical.
Oh, here we go.
One has Batman and Superman looking at each other. The other one had Iron Man
and Captain America. And which one was better by a mile, by a country mile, by a meter, whatever they say, Canada, whatever it is, the math.
Country mile and a meter. Wow.
Yeah. That's because that's how good. One movie is utter trash.
Country kilometer.
Whatever. One movie is trash, which is your movie, and the other movie is pretty solid. Civil War. Was it Civil War?
Yep.
It was Civil War, yeah.
It was amazing, dude.
But Civil War also gave us Spider-Man. It gave us Black Panther.
No, what Civil War gave
Cook
us
them,
was
isn't it?
Captain
Cook 'em.
America taking them paws and dismantling the Iron Man. That's what it
Martha. That movie was trash.
Why would you say that name?
Yeah, the only good thing about that movie was Ben Affleck's Batman. That's it.
I like Wonder
That's
Woman
it.
just fine.
Well, Wonder Woman, yeah, but
I like watching that Batmobile fire off for the
You know what
first
they
time.
did? They did what Sony made Spider.
I don't care. I don't care who Disney hires. They are not touching the
the only one
visual
excited.
mastermind of
Look,
Zack Snyder. They're not.
You're the only one excited. Look at the.
I don't think I am.
Darkseid's a bad motherfucker, and I can't wait.
There's a group of people.
They butchered. They wasted them in that movie. They did. Okay, so Sam Raimi.
They waste them, but
Yeah.
it was a good idea, in my opinion. It would have been cool to see a whole Darkseid saga, and whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
I would have signed up for it.
Take on it. That's the coolest thing at DC, in my opinion. So
They Sam Raimi that movie. They made them put everything all in one movie.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. How do you feel about Superman, James Gunn's Superman, with over 30-something characters I can name off the top of my head?
This guy's ready. That's why I like this guy.
They
better deliver. They better deliver.
The movie.
They better deliver.
Internet amnesia is a thing for years. People have complained since Sam Raimi Spider-Man 3. Too many characters, Black Adam, too many characters. We didn't get to learn about the JSA. It's a fucking Black Adam movie. Who cares? You got introduced to these side characters, but now we're at James Gunn Superman, and it's okay because he can do fucking.
So
team
what you're
movies really
saying is
good.
that people will pay attention and point out a fact over and over again until it fits the narrative that they want.
I was gonna
wow,
say,
that
it's-
just
it's-
sounds so I don't know.
It's less about memory
like
for me.
life.
It's more about the hypocrisy
Yeah, but it's
age
fun
that
to
we live
point
in.
it out,
It's
Rob,
hypocrisy.
because
It's just
I'm talking
hypocrisy.
to you, viewer. Are you guilty?
No, it's
I'm
just
not-
hypocrisy. I think we live in a hypocritical age. So
Agreed.
everybody
I've never complained
chooses
about too many characters. I think it's
those
been
things.
easier as a comic book reader. Like it's easy as a comic reader to watch a comic movie with a lot of characters and accept it because you already know you can naturally fill in anything. You don't even realize what you're missing a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's
on screen.
That's true.
Yeah. Superman's a movie about a man and his dog.
Oh,
That's
then
what the movie's gonna be about.
And then they spoiled it because we saw that clip. Where's my dog?
I love that clip. I love that
I
clip.
do because I have one dog left and she's getting old, and
Did you hear about the clip that they cut out because of test screenings? There's a clip that Ultraman punches Crypto, and everybody was like, "Nope," and he took it out.
Yeah, but Crypto's a super dog, so Crypto would have been okay, right?
The in-game had 694.5 characters.
That's a masterpiece, just like
And he's even missed a few with that.
They
counter.
weren't introducing those characters.
I was
Yeah,
going to
they
say
were
that's a
all
big
well
difference.
established.
Let them know, Rob. Let them know, Rob.
And Avengers movies are ensemble cast films, anyways. But yeah, this Superman movie, that's such a. I think it's a wild decision. I think it's a bold move. You better come correct. And maybe James Gunn did that because that's where he's the strongest with these ensemble casts. Where I don't necessarily want any standalone Superman movie to be an ensemble cast. Like, look how the MCU built up to ensemble movies. Like, they had these standalone movies, and then even like when you get later in these individual franchises, Cap 3, Iron Man, whatever, you see other characters come in, but they've been introduced already. You've seen them build up their characters. Like, they introduced Rhodey in Iron Man 1. He gets the suit in Iron Man 2. He's present in other stuff later, and you already have all that. But just to introduce all these characters off base, it's just, that seems wild to me. I'm hoping for the best, but I'm trying to
Oh, my boys don't want to go.
tailor my expectations.
I'm hoping it's going to be fun. That's the only thing I'm hoping.
I just want it to succeed.
There's definitely stuff that we're going to see for the first time in the movie. Can you imagine getting to see Superman go ham? Because we haven't really ever seen Superman go ham on people outside of Zod. You know, like we just Superman, bad guy, one-on-one.
I'd like to see Superman sit down to dinner and eat ham.
Yes. In the fortress.
I like the Lois Lane actress.
Yes,
John does too.
My wife loves that show.
Fan.
Yeah, my wife loves that show. She's got like Emmys and all kinds of shit. So she's a good actress.
Huge fan.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Mr. Terrific, to be honest with you. I hope they pull out. I hope they do the traditional thing where each of these characters has like their moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To just really show why why did you make the cut to be in the film?
Right.
You might just kill them off like they did in X-Men First Class. You know.
God damn it.
I'm gonna, John.
Why do you have to be that way, Izzy? Why do you have to be that way?
I'm gonna pull these X-Force books, John, and reread them.
Oh, yep. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I finally got all my Hickman era X-Men organized, nicely put together. I filled in any gaps I was missing, any pieces. Oh, I forgot to get it. One of those, whatever.
I've had those together since I would get them from the store. They go.
Sure. I was reading some of those books digitally, so there were some that I missed issues here or there.
The Marauders, dude, that's slept on. I don't know.
I think it was the best title in the original
at
year
that time.
or two.
It was because Kate, because I like calling her Kate. Because remember she changes her name.
Yeah,
she was a badass. She's not playing around, and that character.
And it had, Storm came in and out. Emma came in and out. Sebastian Shaw was a great villain, and
yes, he was.
Kevin Bacon.
And then
Bacon was phenomenal.
And then Lockheed. What was going on with Lockheed?
2 references. I love it. 2 references.
Yeah,
it was awesome in X-Men First Class's show.
I take it. Mark Wayne doesn't read Marauders. Probably not, John.
I don't read X-Men books, period, because I have standards.
This guy, dude. This guy.
I mean, he's not wrong right now. X-Men books.
I'm with Mark.
I think they fell off a little
big
bit.
time.
Yeah,
big time.
I tried to get on board during the Hickman time because I got told, "Oh, hey, they're kind of relaunching. It's all going to be new." Oh, shit.
Well, Rob, there was. I would only.
I thought I could read 1 or 2 titles. I didn't know I had to read every.
That was a problem.
Started Hickman strong, and then Hickman kind of just left.
Yeah,
the
X-Men, X-Force, Wolverine. Those were and Marauders. Those were the best titles. Then some of them dipped off, and it just was X-Men, X-Force, and Wolverine.
Part of it was also I've never been steeped in the X lore. I mean, I know Wolverine. I read it in the 90s. Up to at least the first 110 issues or so, but never got beyond Wolverine into the other X titles. My wife will tell me that I'm a complete idiot because she's all about the X titles and I'm all about X-Men 2099, and that's about it. And even then, they're like they're on the lower end of my 2099 totem pole. So,
well, I will say it's a fair complaint to say that it's really steeped in previous iterations of X-Men, so it's hard to consider it a jumping on point because it expects a lot of knowledge going in. I don't think you're required to read all the titles, though. I will push back on that one. I think the problem is if you just want to read the main title Hickman did, X-Men, it's an anthology book, and it's really hard to read. It's not the core book that holds all the others together. It's gonna like jump around. The characters are not going to be the same month to month. So that as the like flagship title was an epic fail because people went in thinking, well, okay, I'll just grab the main title and I'll try to understand what's going on. And that's not the book Hickman wanted to make. And his book rewards people reading other books, but it doesn't reward the casual reader. And that pissed a ton of people off because Jonathan Hickman
kind of like
pleasing
right now, right?
Jason's got a good comment here. Hickman set an interesting start and then he left and went off the rails. Who would have thought Teenie Howard could ruin a story when she's only done that on every book?
Yeah.
Well, he left
writing
push him off.
My least favorite during this era was Teenie Howard.
I think he got pushed off. I don't think he necessarily left.
He was overwritten is probably the best way of looking at it.
Yeah.
When he had a plan of action, and during that plan they diverted outwards.
Yeah.
And he said, "I'm done and I'm out," which is crazy. Where he still works with Marvel to this day.
Yeah.
Well, they signed him to a massive contract, and then they told him how many X titles he had to have each month, which was not really his design. The editorial were like, "No, we got to have like 3 a week. You got to be ready for that." So then he became more of an editor, like player coach, where he was just kind of like coaching all these other people. And then in the end, I think Marvel felt like they're not getting their money's worth out of him. So they asked him to move on to their big events. And so his contract then shifted to cover any Marvel events each calendar year. And he stopped being the editor of the X books. And that fell to some of the other guys like Kieran Gillen. And then again, it just kept diluting the sauce until, you know, they needed to reboot.
There's good books in there, man. There's good reads. There's a lot of good things that happen, but I think
But to Rob's point, it doesn't reward the casual.
No. You're right about
that's where you really struggle. It struggled as an era.
The X-Men title. I agree with John. It would have been the one that if you could have just read that and everything's combined in it, you don't have to read everything else. But it was not that. It's like literally you almost have to read everything that was going around. But the problem was Immortal X-Men was bad. All the Immortal, they had a bunch of titles, like 7, 8 titles. And so it was just the X-Men machine for money, and then I don't think it got the numbers they wanted. So then obviously they're going to cut, reboot, do all that crap. But there was a lot of garbage around it.
Thing about this company, because it's a machine for money, but they've consistently made only the decisions that lose them money. Outside of the park,
they don't think the way they should think. They think of cash cow rather than we need to attract readers.
Well, I mean, like, can you? But again, it's all counterproductive. They think cash cow, but their cash cows lose them money.
Yeah, I mean, look, they keep going. Hey, we don't need Peter and MJ together.
Well, the other, it's not unlike what's going on with movies these days, right? Where you've got the accountants trying to make creative decisions, and that's going to lead you to this era of like, it's got to be an intellectual property or we can't make that movie. Right. It's got to have like a franchise possibility or we're not going to fund it because we have to make so much money on the first weekend or it's a whole disaster.
I think that part of that's just because they keep going and trying to make, as movie costs have gone up, and granted you can make a movie for less, they just don't. They tend to make a lot of very large, big budget movies, and when they do so, they feel that in order to attract the number of people they need to attract, it's going to be easier instead of trying to pitch a new concept to people with no idea. It's like this has a built-in audience or a relatable aspect to a whole bunch of people. We can easily market this and know that we're going to get at least this. And then we can market and try to get more. And that's been an unfortunate of factors. We've seen that with a billion, not just trying to make franchises out of stuff, but all the TV based movies based on old TV shows or remakes of old movies and relaunches of old franchises, et cetera, rather than just going ahead and making a good movie where you can turn around, or not even just make a good movie, but just make a movie that's inexpensive where you don't have to make $100 million, $200 million to make a profit. I mean, there's a reason why Kevin Smith, not saying his movies are great, but there's a reason why the man keeps getting the chance to make movies. It's because they're profitable, because he's able to put together a movie on a low budget that then makes enough to clear everything and make people money.
And as a reader and a collector with addictive personality, I don't need 5 covers plus a 1 in 50 and a 1 in 100 to every X title. Like, that's another thing, dude. They every book had at least 4 covers, $3.99, $4.99, a 1 in 25, a 1 in 50, a 1 in 100. It was like, dudes, come on, it was a lot.
But that's the only way.
Did the covers have Storm though? If they have Storm, it's okay. If they do a Storm cover,
that's really the only way they can make money. There is no money in the aftermarket for them. They make $0 in the aftermarket. So what they do is they create this formula where you say, if you're an LCS, buy 100 copies, we'll give you this one book. So that's how they make their money. They're not making money off of story anymore. They're making money off of, this is a pretty picture that everybody wants to have because it has the hottest artist now.
Yes.
No one cares about what's inside anymore, which is the sad part about today's marketplace.
Yes.
Name me one story that has stuck in the last 5 years.
Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, the Kelly Thompson run. No, I'm just playing. Damn, dude, I don't know. For me, yeah, there's been, but I don't think anybody read Punisher Soviet. I don't think anybody read some of the shit that stick with me. You know, there's some stuff in Avengers that was dope. Immortal Hulk sticks with me. The Daredevil Zdarsky run.
What do you mean by sticks?
Like, give me a story that matters. Give me a story that resonates after 20 years.
That has repercussions.
20 years later, we're still talk about.
That feels like two different things. But
in the main continuity in Marvel and DC, what has done? What story has stuck?
Well, how can you say right now, recently, if you're going to say, but it has to be 20 years from now?
But even so, name me one in the last 5 years that you could say we're going to be talking about that story in 5 years.
Because there's a difference between having repercussions in continuity long term and sticks with readers and they talk about it long term. Those might be two different things.
And some of those stories might come back around to relevancy. You know, like they can come out.
You look at Jason,
they can
saying
have their
Immortal
impact
Hulk.
or whatever. Then the next thing is exciting, but then after some years, this one starts to stand out more and more.
I would say Jason's comment, Immortal Hulk, is
he
the prime example.
Yes,
that's probably the one that I could think of off the top of my head.
Fantastic. Oh, what about the Donny Cates Venom run? Even though I came on late with that halfway, that was
I don't know anything about it. Like,
forgot about for now, but I can see that coming back to relevancy. Like I was just mentioning, that was an iconic run. There's a lot of factors that went into that being so successful outside of just the quality or not of the story. That was like a perfect time bomb.
Yeah. Right. So the Daredevil, maybe not. Zdarsky Daredevil, maybe not.
Yeah, the current New Gods at DC by Rom V. It's only a 12-issue maxi series, but this one,
a lot of the good stories in Marvel, nobody's reading them, man. But me and a few others, and then the books I'm not reading that there's a lot of good stuff that just nobody reads.
There's a trick in your statement there. You said a lot of good stories at Marvel, no one's reading. There's not a lot of good stories at Marvel, but the one or two that are out there, no one's reading because the rest suck so bad it ran them away.
Okay, I can agree with that. I could write. Yeah, that's and that sucks. But it is what it is. But you could say the same for DC.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can, Wayne.
I mean, you could say it, but you'd be wrong. DC's hasn't been this on point. No, like I'll tell you now, I'm a biased person. Ask other people.
Oh, are you?
DC has never been more on point than they are right now since I was in high school, dude.
Yeah, see, I couldn't even try to
like. There's Superman lines. I'm leaving Absolute out of the conversation. There's Superman lines on right now. Like people are loving what Tom Taylor's doing.
Oh, because you guys got one of the best writers in the game is Tom Taylor. Well, I remember back
they put him on Detective Comics. He's not even writing Batman proper right now.
But he was saving.
You got Jim Lee and Jeff Loeb on Batman proper right now.
I don't read Batman proper.
But you know the names. You know the names, don't you?
Well, I remember Tom Taylor.
You got Mark Waid carrying the water for everybody else, and they don't even need him to carry the water. The continuity fight, like they're across the board, like they're crushing it right now. Then you bring in the Absolute line, which like that's outselling everything else, and people are loving the second wave. People have like their hits and misses, but like it's crazy how well DC is doing right now in quality. I'm not even talking about their sales numbers, but they're dominating the sales charts right now. I think they're absolutely good.
They're dominating the sales charts because of Absolute.
Yeah. That's why I was trying to keep money out of it. Money doesn't equal quality. I'm an Avatar fan, so I know that. Like that's like I love that argument. People like to dump on Avatar, and I like to throw the box office numbers in their face.
Well,
but
because
I'm fully aware
factual.
that money doesn't equal quality.
Those are good movies. I wouldn't say like I love them a lot, but they are very good. Like I mean, we can't.
They're better than your average movie, probably, but it's all about the graphics. It's all about the special effects.
Image. Yeah, Southern Comic Geek. Yeah, I'm reading it
out right now. Comic wise, story wise, Marvel's been destroying their IPs
since 2016, nonstop.
Yeah. So there's very few things in Marvel.
They've been destroying their IPs since Mephisto.
Yeah,
and Spider-Man had a conversation.
What it comes back to for Marvel, it's weird.
Right,
like, I mean,
you're 100% right. The one more,
Brian, you do a lot of like industry introspection and stuff. Like, do you the way that I see it, the things that stood out to me that I noticed, if I put a narrative together based on the things that I've come across, back in the 2010s, Marvel didn't have the creative rights to a handful of things. So they openly tanked stuff like Fantastic Four, X-Men. They ruined the comics, and they did it publicly. Like, they didn't go out and make a statement to let everyone know they're going to do it, but you can find where they've admitted to this and talked about it.
They took Peter Parker away from Spider-Man, right? They made Miles.
Yeah, so they did these things because they wanted to harm the brand for the people that were holding them. And by doing that, you're harming the fans at the same time. It didn't work for Spider-Man because Sony should ever give up the rights to Spider-Man. Sony would be outside of their mind to ever release those rights as a business. You have probably the third most popular character in the history of literature. Why would you ever let that go? But they did end up getting Fantastic Four back. You know, they got Ghost Rider back. They got X-Men back. But they're willing to throw the fans out. We know that as a company, they don't care about the comic fans. And then you get to 2016 where they did this whole like this Marvel Now thing, which was experimental and everything, and it didn't hold over. The fans didn't like it. It got the pushback. It lost the numbers. And instead of reverting back, they did this soft keep it around thing because they had hired all this new staff that these staff members, for whatever reason, like these characters and think everyone else should too. And we're going to hold on to them for whatever reason. They've just really been holding on to that concept too hard and forgetting what really got them here and what people like even to this day. Despite going through this era of shit that no one cares about, people are still holding on to the ones they do. And Marvel as a company refuses to just let them have their fucking toys.
There's such a disconnect right now between the publishers, the big two at least, and the buyers, right?
Yes.
And the people that are consuming their content or whatever you want to say it. There's a huge disconnect in a major way. And to the point where I think that sometimes they're just throwing at a dartboard, you know, and seeing where it lands. There's no rhyme or reason for some of the stuff they're doing. And I think that at this point, you know, they don't really care. Warner Brothers is such a big entity that I wouldn't be surprised within the next 3 years there's some type of decision made where they scale back on publishing, you know, periodicals or something. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I could see it happening. You know,
would it be surprising?
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, they're losing their some of the rights on their main IP, so that's why they're doing this whole absolute thing. They're changing the status quo of their main characters to see if it hits, and if it hits, they don't have to worry about, you know, the IP issue because they, you know, they're just using the name and the IP stuff at this point. So they can't use any of their abilities.
When does Superman hit public domain?
10 years
from today, or from this year.
So it's this
So
a couple months ago.
In 28, it's less than 10 years. 28.
Yeah, I remember Mark Miller put out a post a while back now because I love the Miller world. I love Mark Miller as a writer and as a person. He's fantastic. But he put out this post a while back saying Superman hits public domain in this amount of time. I ought to start writing my story now. That way I have this many years to have the greatest artist I can get my hands on do the story, and it'll be ready for the day. Just the day that goes public domain, put out the sale. Put out, like, could you imagine?
Yeah, but it'll be golden age Superman. So
okay,
yeah, you can't fly.
You can't fly.
If my aunt had wheels, she'd be a fucking bicycle. What's your point?
And the village would ride her. What?
Oh, what is this JustinComicx have to say? You ain't let him talk, Mark. What's up, George?
Good morning, Justin.
You haven't let him talk, Mark. Go on.
Good morning, Justin. Happy 4th of July. How
Thank
are
you. Good.
And as somebody who's an avid reader of no less than 20 to 40 collected volumes a week, where do you stand on publishers? I'm curious because we were talking Marvel and DC, but you read more outside of that.
Yeah, so behind me and this whole entire shelf on the other side is all Image.
Image.
That milestone done this month. But when I'm getting books in the library and all that, I get them from multiple publishers. But I think the newest book that I can get right now is probably from 5 months ago. Because I'm just collected editions because the copies are too expensive.
Yeah, I'm there with you. I've spent years of my life only doing collected editions.
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to bring up a little bit ago. You were talking about how Marvel had these other properties that they had let go, and how DC would never do that for Superman or something.
They have done it.
Pardon?
You're talking about selling them. I'm sorry. I was thinking of the comics. Go ahead.
Selling the rights and stuff, whatever. That, if Marvel hadn't done that in the 80s when they did sell those licensing rights to those properties, Marvel wouldn't exist.
Oh, I know. I didn't say they shouldn't do that. I think licensing your characters out is a great idea. I don't think there's anything
DC
wrong
did
with
it
it,
with
and it
Batman.
spawns creativity. I said Sony should never let it go.
Oh, and they
Because
won't,
they're
because
such a
they're,
cash
especially
cow.
now, they're making,
Yeah,
especially
Sony
now,
should
they
never
don't have to
let go
produce
of
anything.
Spider-Man.
They just take in money.
Yeah, because how you hear how people say, "Oh, Marvel needs to get Spider-Man back. Sony needs to drop the rights to Spider-Man." On what fucking universe do you think Sony should ever, as a business entity, come off the rights to Spider-Man?
Yeah.
There's not a number. There's not a check big enough
Mhm.
that Marvel could write to justify that decision of
Yeah,
Sony
they
giving that
shouldn't.
character back.
Even if they do shit, which they've been doing to all those movies, they still shouldn't let it go. Maybe
Never.
they should do like team up. Okay, you can use the characters, but we need some money.
Yeah,
So
look
and
at
then
the
we-
sweetheart
and we
deal
will-
they get with Marvel. They just catch a
Yeah,
paycheck.
or
They
they
don't have to
should
do the marketing.
they
nothing.
should let the Marvel, whoever's gonna do the movies, come over to Sony and let them course correct their fucking Spider-Verse.
Yeah,
You know,
but
make-
that's where the deal's a little differently, because they got to do things on their own, so Marvel wouldn't be part of that.
Yeah.
So they could just that's why they could have an association with Marvel, so that they could try to make their own money. But what they end up doing is end up flopping, but they don't care, because at least they keep that right. Because that's
Yeah.
You know that
part of the thing.
Craven and Madam
They just
Web
have
are
to
the
make
only
something.
two. Craven was a financial flop. Madam Web broke even somehow. They had a low budget on it, but that's the only two things that weren't a financial success for Sony with these properties, even the ones that were critically disliked. But
Yeah,
they
they
also
were
have
financial
video
success
games and
because
all
they
this
kept
other
their
stuff.
rights.
Hey, well, I'm gonna go eat. Darth is hungry. So happy 4th of July, everybody. Be safe.
Well, tell Darth we said happy 4th of July.
Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go have a hash brown, a hot link, fry hot link with some huevitos, with some eggs.
You eat them sideways?
No.
Okay,
No,
good.
No, I'm gonna
Dangerous.
cut it down the middle, and I'm gonna fry
Mhm.
it on both sides. A hot link.
Hey, there you go.
All right. Happy 4th, everybody. God bless.
You too. Yeah, I like the idea that they've even thrown around with Warner Brothers being, in weird places over the past 5 years, of them potentially licensing out the characters. Like, it wasn't something that they were committing to, but the conversations were being had. But I don't need this interconnected universe where this movie is going to influence the next. I'm fine with standalone franchises for Batman or for Superman, or if you want to do a random Teen Titans movie, let these creators come in and do one and let that movie stand on its own is good. Give me an R-rated horror movie about Jim Corrigan dying and becoming the Spectre, because that's what I need.
Yep.
Do
James
Elseworlds
Gunn wants that too.
Like they said, we're getting Elseworlds. Why aren't we doing that? Let's do that now.
James Gunn is trying to set that up. I agree with you on that, Izzy. They're definitely that's their plan. Can they do it anymore is the question, though. Will the big corporations have enough patience to build that type of world?
That's
Can I
why
get it?
Superman needs to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this movie has to do. I honestly think it has to do no less than 800 at the box office to be considered a studio success.
Can I get a noir-based JSA?
I'll give you a noir-based Spider-Man coming on Amazon Prime, thanks to Sony,
Sure.
and I'm looking forward to that. Nick Cage, let's go! That trailer looked amazing.
It does look good though.
It's been a while since we had Sin City, so it doesn't. The gimmick isn't overused, you know.
But you know,
Rob,
who
did you watch the trailer for that? You're a Spider-Man
I
guy.
don't think I've seen it.
It's just I think it's like a 1 minute trailer, maybe.
yeah,
Call through the calls and check it out. You'll probably love it.
You know who has the best deal right now? I think Universal, because they're not even producing Hulk movies, and they just put Hulk in a movie, and then that's that. Because that's how you get a Hulk story. Because Universal still has some kind of rights to the Hulk, and I think they still got the rights to Namor and stuff like that. So you just throw them in there, they make money off of doing nothing. That's the best deal they got.
I think they're all wasted deals if you're not putting some type of show or movie out with those characters, you know.
Yeah,
But
they
if you're
try
not
to.
doing
Some of these
anything with them
studios
and
try
making money
to.
off of them,
You know, they try to wait them out sometimes, but then they'll go and they'll just produce their own lackluster.
Well, here's what people don't. Another thing people don't realize, right? Warner Brothers and Disney make so much money off the IP alone on
Oh yeah,
TV shirt deals, little knickknacks, cards, anything with those characters on them. And there's so many things that they're just, shirts, apparel, whatever. They make so much off of that it makes even publishing books even a smaller of a something that you care about at this point, and movies. Yeah, they want the movies to do well. Obviously, they don't want them to flop, but I feel like at this point, it's just about keeping that train moving. Here's what Marvel has done, though, that has totally blown DC out of the water, and that's Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is what's keeping Marvel afloat right now, in my opinion, in that area. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this has been the first shift in the gaming sector in a while because DC, they were carrying it just off the Arkham franchise for the longest time, right?
mm-hmm. But what they were trying to do with DC Universe a few years ago is what Marvel Rivals is really doing today. They had the concept in play, but you couldn't play the characters, which made it a kind of a flop in that way. Like, I want to play the characters. I don't want to make a character or be surrounded by the character. I want to be the character. And that was the problem with DC Universe when they did that.
Yeah, they fucked up DC Universe just by letting it, just not doing it right. Wasn't that supposed to be some? Am I thinking of something else that was supposed to be some big mass MMO RPG?
Yeah. I remember that, but when that came out, now they did a good job with Injustice because that was huge for a time.
Yeah, the game, the fighting game. Yeah. That was like a Mortal Kombat style game, right?
And they had Mortal Kombat in it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it's flipped. It has definitely flipped. Right now, there's so much talk about Marvel Rivals because they're getting ready to release those 2 new characters. They got a whole new patch that they're putting in. I'm surprised that Marvel hasn't, and we've talked about this. People have talked about this already tons of times, and it still blows me away that it's not happening at more. I mean, there's people are starting to catch on, like J. Scott Campbell, but there needs to be something to be done with those, the skins, right? So that you have the skins in the game. They choose skins from the continuity or the history in the comics. They should be doing something like, instead of doing facsimiles of pointless books, right? Why don't you do a facsimile where those Marvel Rivals skins first pop up and then give people the ability to do variants on those skins? That would be a cool way to do, play the variant grift and play the facsimile grift in a way that I think a lot of people would be cooler with than some of the ways that it's done. You know what I mean? We'll see though.
What happened with all the other Marvel games that they announced? Like they had the what's the little supernatural team from the Ghost Rider comics?
The Midnight Riders, the Midnight Suns.
Then they had the Captain America World War II game with T'Chaka in it with him. They were showing those clips, like the hyper realistic cutscenes and stuff. What's up with those games?
Sounds like nothing.
The only one I know
What
that's
about
on
the Wolverine standalone game that they were showing the
Wolverine
cutscenes?
one's on its way, but I haven't heard much about it.
So I don't keep up with video games or play them like that, but I see these little announcements and stuff. I wonder if they ever come to be. I know the Suicide Squad game was worked on for years and got COVIDed, and then it finally came out and people just didn't like it. I don't know if it missed its time or what happened with it, but they already abandoned that game.
Yeah. I've got so much to get ready for San Diego, and
when is it?
It's like in
before my barbecue.
Yeah, it's like
after.
weeks.
Yeah, the weekend after my barbecue. That's another reason I can't go.
22nd through the 28th. John, are you going?
Yes, I'll be at SDCC all 4 days, as far as I know.
Holy crap!
for the first time ever because I
John will be dressed as the back half of a brony.
I'm the front half, baby. You know. No, I've only ever gone on Sundays. I usually don't like the insane crowds, and I prefer to go like on my own time. But like this is the first time I've had the opportunity to go for all 4 days, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not working that week. I can actually make it happen. And it's
do you have to commute, or do you stay at a hotel nearby?
I don't stay at a hotel. My drive time without traffic is a little over an hour, which is nice. But what I end up doing is stopping at a train station along the way because the train drops off in front of the con. So I can park. Yeah, you park in the train depot. It's free parking. You just get a train pass. So I don't have to worry about parking downtown. I don't have to worry about all those costs. You just ride the train in, and then when I'm done, ride the train back and drive that. It's so I drive about an hour, and then I ride the train for like 10 minutes.
Oh, that's awesome. Dude, that's a cheat code if I ever heard one.
It's the best. It's the best. And I had a couple of friends like Joel the Geek who let me in on that. He's like, you know what you should do? Because I was like, oh, I got to drive. Where do I park? And I'm trying to figure this whole because I never went as a young person. I never went to the con. I only went as
the crowd size. I can't imagine what the parking situation must be like. That's
it's tough. Nightmare. It's already tough in any city to find parking, like any big city.
New York is brutal.
Right.
Yeah, we've seen you try, Izzy.
No, but in for New York Comic Con, don't even think.
Yeah, for a con, it just gets so much worse.
So every year, this is how San Diego works for me. I rent a car, and for one day, and I drive. You know, I'm in Phoenix. Takes me 6 hours to get there, and I drop it off right on the. There's a car rental place right on Market Street. I drop it off as soon as I get there. We get an Airbnb on Market Street. I don't even have a car the whole week, and I don't need one. And then on Sunday, I go rent. I have another car that just for that one day, and I drive it back. And it's because of what you said. It's impossible to have to take a car down there. It's not even worth it.
Yeah, and the train is a great option because you could get an Airbnb in a lot of different places along the coast there, and just get a train pass for the whole weekend and just ride. It's you know you can catch it any the public transpo in San Diego is pretty solid, and you could catch trolleys and buses if you were going to go to like the San Diego Zoo or you were going to go to SeaWorld or whatever. Like
that's where you can find me at the zoo.
The zoo is fucking.
San Diego Zoo is amazing.
I would love to go there. That'd be awesome.
I used to, when my girls were basically like a little younger than your kids, Mark, we used to have annual passes to the zoo and the wild animal park.
Dude, the annual passes are the only way to go for the zoo when you got kids.
And my pass was a double, meaning it got me and any other single person in. So I could take my mom or my wife or whatever.
Passes with each visit with ours.
And my girls had their own passes, and the deal was amazing. And you could bring food in, so you could bring your lunch and just picnic. Oh, we're gonna watch the elephants and have a picnic, whatever.
They just built a sky lift at the one. Yeah, we go to the one over here. Like we got they did this thing years ago where they have the gardens and all this stuff, but they built up around the gardens where like there's this water area. So we always like to, for our end of summer, we like to hit it another time and do that
like a little splash pad kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's like a ginormous splash pad kind of thing. But it's big enough for them to like spend hours and kind of thing, and it's relaxing for us. You started yet, Lizzie?
I got the image already in mind. You're gonna love it.
You could have just said no.
I got the image. I started doing
this. He just unboxed it.
I did the preliminaries. So the preliminaries are done. I already know what it's going to look like.
Nice. You
could easily, from downtown where the train stops, the end of the line, you could catch public transport to the museums or to any of the other places you would want to go.
So like the San Diego Zoo is the one that you see in movies and stuff all the time, like growing up and everything, right?
I think so. And then the Animal Park is further inland, so that one's a little trickier. You'd probably need to Uber if you're going to go there, because that one's a little more rural. But it's worth the time because they have the animals mingling. So you have that huge section where all the herbivores are just free to mingle. You got your giraffes and your hippos and your zebras all running in with each other.
That's insane.
And you can ride. They have like a little tram that you can take through it, and the animals are just doing their thing. There's a gazelle running through, you know, whatever.
Yeah. See the ones down here, they're not that big where you can actually like drive cars through. They don't look like preserves, you know, like that. At that point, you're at a wildlife preserve, which is amazing. Now we have stuff like that we go to, like we have like this place like Euphoria Farms and stuff like this, but you won't see foreign animals there as much. It'll just be like native
local
like states and stuff like that.
Well, the zoo was so popular they needed a separate place for, you know, the younglings, the pregnant mothers, the injured animal. So they had the wild animal park, but it wasn't, you couldn't come and view it. It was just for, you know, faculty and facility and whatever, and science and study. And it became so massive, and they were like, you know, we could redesign it and people could come and check it out. And so then it became a separate second park for them.
Yeah. And the only other one that's on the hit list would be the New York Zoo, because that's another one that I like.
Bronx Zoo?
Is it Bronx? Is that where it is?
Yeah, that's my neck of the woods.
And then don't they have one in Central Park as well?
Yeah, but that's not big at all.
It's pretty tiny, right?
Yeah, it's pretty small.
Yeah, Eudora has tons of animals. My kids go often. I haven't been much, but my mom, pops, they take the kids like every few months. They end up getting pictures while the kids are with their parents and we're working, of the kids just sitting in the car like a freaking emu in there with them or something.
There's also Prospect Park has a pretty big zoo, which is in Brooklyn. But the biggest one is the Bronx one, which is like 5 blocks away from where I live.
I just like the zoo. It's just I don't know. I just like it's just fun places to be. Even if you've been to it, it's one of those places, like if you have the pass, it's fun just to go, you know, like even if you're not like, because when you go enough, you don't feel goal oriented. You're just enjoying your time in there, you know, and it's fun. Like last time we went in April, just a couple months ago, because we always go on Kyle's birthday. Nice. And we were just sitting there. We had lunch at the one spot that we never had lunch at before, and it's right next to like the outdoor like monkey thing. So we're literally like 20 feet away from monkeys, just swinging on vines, or just a little moat dividing us from them stealing our bacon fries. Oh, absolutely, Paul. Absolutely. I'll have to look it up to see if there's any specific covers. Now I'm curious, because I know that DeVito did that cover run on the last ones.
I'm going to go pull. I'm going to bail. I'm going to go feed the dog and cook myself some breakfast. And
no Romania, right?
No. Today they're working, but I'm not.
Yeah, I figured that part.
Yeah, it's a holiday for me. Although if I'm on call in case my Romanian team needs me, but they shouldn't, since they're most of who they're servicing are some of the U.S. teams, so they won't. Those teams that they're servicing are off. Just the UK teams are online. So plus it's no longer end of month, so there's nothing that can't wait till Monday.
Yeah. It's beginning of month, yeah.
Yeah, it means I got 2 more weeks of calm before the next storm. So,
Izzy's trying to show you a paper with bleed through.
Man.
Yeah, this is the one that someone paid him a lot of money and he drew a little Iron Man in the middle of it.
Little Iron Man. It's a lot bigger than you think. Just working on it.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Have a great 4th of July to everybody. Nice to see everybody here.
Yeah, Rob.
And as our friend who didn't join us, the great Justin Birch would say, smoke.
Boom, added it. Yeah, there's a new Kong series coming up that a lot of people don't know about it, but you have all this MonsterVerse stuff, but there's also an animated short Netflix series about Kong that takes place between the Kong movie and Godzilla versus Kong that came out. And this new comic series coming out is supposed to be continuing from that time era from the TV show.
Continuing from Monarch?
No, the Monarch season 2 will be continuing from Monarch, which takes place between the first movie and the second movie. I'm loving the MonsterVerse stuff. They spaced it out well enough where you're always ready for the next one. You know, that whole like oversaturation thing that's a real thing.
Hell yeah, it is.
That's a real thing. I miss the old format, and like this is kind of the same conversation that you can have about the way that TV shows are released. Like, you know, you have the weekly release of TV shows and the dumping of a series where people can binge it. The whole Netflix model, I think, has caused a lot of damage to television.
It actually caused Netflix damage after with this show, Stranger Things, man, that finally is coming out.
Yeah, can you imagine if they had like an entire like year to release a show, how much stress that takes off getting them? Like, it gives you a year of people not pestering you or not.
Those kids are like what? Some of them are almost 30.
Well, I'm not even worried about that, but just the way that TV shows are released and the way that like these movie franchises are handled, where so much comes out so fast, or when you have you actually have a schedule, you know, you keep it in the public eye for a while with the TV shows. You have people that are watching it around the same pace and time frame where they're able to talk about it, where they're able to kind of share in the fandom, and that word of mouth is invaluable. No amount of marketing money can ever give you the push that positive word of mouth will if you produce something good. But with movies and stuff, you used to, you know, Batman comes out or Batman Returns drops, and you're looking at the toys, you're talking about the movie, you know, the merchandise is out, and you have it for a while. You roll on it for a while, and then they announce the next one a year or two later, and you get to be excited about it for a while to anticipate it. Look at what's happening with this Superman movie alone, where nothing has come before this. This is the start of something else. You know, this is just its own thing. And it has like organic, genuine buzz around it. You know, this isn't just paid for buzz. This is people arguing and debating on the merits of Superman would act like that. Superman wouldn't act like that. Is this too many characters? Oh, look how good he looks as Lex Luthor. There's genuine interest, but you get none of that really for the Star Wars stuff anymore, because they're just drowning us in it. For the Marvel stuff anymore, like they just dropped a new trailer for the next Marvel cartoon project, and no one has said a word about it. No one has said nothing.
Have you heard the rumors about the Luke standalone series?
For which one?
Is there more than one? I heard there's one that's coming. That's going to be.
All I heard was new standalone series. For what franchise?
Oh, Luke, a Luke standalone.
Luke. I'm sorry. No, I didn't. That's crazy though. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Luke standalone.
So,
what computer program is playing Luke?
So that's what they're going to do. You're 100% right.
God.
Yeah. So they're going to do a Luke standalone that takes place with, and listen, I'm all for this if they pull it off. It's going to be tough for them to get me really excited about Star Wars again. But if they pull this off, I will get excited, because this is what, to me, I've always wanted. It's supposed to be a Luke standalone from Jedi on, where he just becomes the badass Jedi. You know, him being yeah. So,
oh man, if they cast Sebastian Stan and just do like a little augmenting, like don't even do CG, just minor prosthetics or makeup, you know, movie magic. I think that could go over well. Like Sebastian Stan's got he's already been fan associated with him, and there's all kinds of stuff, and he's a great actor. The dude's shown he's got range.
Cool with it. I'd be totally cool with it. I don't mind.
But then everyone would be like, Sebastian Stan's in everything. He's in Marvel. He's in Star Wars.
I'm okay with. I'm a Stan. He can be in everything.
Sometimes people are just right for the job.
There was another Star Wars one I heard, but I can't remember
I just thought the phrase "I'm okay with it if they pull it off" is funny, because it's like, is anybody not okay with it if they pull it off? I hated it. They pulled that off. I hated that shit.
No, that's a lot of the internet right now. But that's really it seems like a lot of people, but in the grand scheme of things, they really don't have that many numbers.
Yeah. And I'm not okay with it if they don't pull it off.
Yeah, I'm not okay with it if they don't pull it off. Yeah.
Yeah, if they failed, I hate
it.
It was never part of the plan.
That would be cool, man. I think that they miss a great opportunity. Does this mean that they're realizing the error of their ways from this whole Disney era of Star Wars, that they should have there was no reason to ignore the built-in lore, source material, expanded universe. The stories were written for you already. Why didn't you just adapt them? Adapt them doesn't mean one for one, shot for shot. Some things work in books that don't work on film, and you have to compensate. Sometimes it'll work better than others. Sometimes it'll be a miss, and you just course correct best you can. But the stories are there. The plot details are there. Just roll with it. Why didn't they do that? I will never know. But that was their biggest downfall, was hubris.
Yes.
Once in a lifetime, a creative mind like George Lucas comes along, and it takes a special kind of fucking idiot to get this franchise and think, you know what? I got better ideas than him.
Yeah.
And that's what they did.
It's 100% what they did.
They wanted their name to be in the halls of history under Star Wars, and all they did was create forgetful projects that people don't like. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Kathleen Kennedy's getting close to her 5th retirement.
What's the magic number on that?
5.
They think it'll be the one?
What do you mean?
You think she'll actually retire this time? Because, you know, she's been trying so hard to cement her legacy, and that's why she hasn't left.
I think that it's got to be at this point, but you're right. It's been 5 times. So
at this point, she could probably drop the greatest Star Wars movie ever. And with all the stuff she's done already, it's not going to
overshadow her legacy, probably. Yeah. And what she did to Indiana Jones, like she's going across the gambit of properties, trying like maybe I can hit with this one, maybe I can hit with that one.
Don't forget Willow. Don't forget Willow.
God, but dude, we all understand the dark nature of Hollywood. And when you just kind of think of that for a second, that answers any question of why that woman still has a job. Like, she clearly has like dirt on people or something. Nobody else in any financially ran institution would still have a job after what she's done, and numerous other people that are still there.
I think there's also a little level of respect with her that people have for her. I mean, people in the industry. I'm not talking about us, the Puntnins or whatever they call, because she, a lot of people do respect what she's done prior to Star Wars. It's what she's doing with Star Wars, what she's doing with Lucasfilm in general. I think
when she worked on stuff with creative geniuses, those projects worked out well.
Well, she's a producer.
Yeah, when she's worked on stuff with creative geniuses, those projects worked out well. Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, Kathleen Kennedy, one of these things is not like the other. I'll let you decide. I hope the best for her, because that means we get the best. When it comes down to it, I want to see her succeed, because that means we win. And to be honest with you, she doesn't have a little locker full of nothing but L's. There's some wins in there. We got Rogue One, we got The Mandalorian. I know she had Favreau on there. She had a cowboy hat guy that's jumped in on some stuff. What's his name?
Filoni.
Yeah, I don't know if it's hubris, but when she allows the people to come in, and give them some space to do their thing. And we saw what happened when Mandalorian 1 and 2 were such a success. She tried to step in to that front runner position, and she pushed the Boba Fett show and broke up what he was doing with Mandalorian to shoehorn Boba Fett in. And we saw how that worked out. So she's so desperate to get a forward-facing win, that this is mine and everyone knows it's mine, that it's one of those shooting yourself in the foot things. It's weird.
Big time. Yeah, big time, man.
But there's also this was a lot of start-stops with her, where it's like, hey, we got to get this, we're going to get this, we're going to get this, and then it's like, it just fails.
If you go down the list of the announced Star Wars projects from Disney start to now, there's been more announced and dropped than actually released.
Exactly. Like, whatever happened to that Patty Jenkins Rogue Squadron?
Rogue Squadron. Good question.
They canceled it because they realized it was going to be terrible.
Never stopped them before.
And now, now they have Ryan Gosling as their new fighter pilot.
And who is it that they have? They have was it Zachary Levi or something? Was it the Deadpool director? Who is it that got to direct this upcoming?
Sean Levi, you mean? Zachary Levi is
Levy, yeah. Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
And then I heard the other day that who's doing X-Men? The guy that did
guy who did Thunderbolts.
Yeah, the Thunderbolts guy. Thunderbolts wasn't bad, but it also wasn't anything that like I would ever think of when someone says, "Hey, you got a movie recommendation?" Just if someone randomly hit me with that, Thunderbolts would never be at the front end of like my thought process. But it wasn't bad. It just, if you're trying to launch the X-Men, like, why can't they spring for like a legitimate? This is kind of mean to say, but why can't they spring for like a legitimate, established, you know what you're going to get kind of director? Because that's how the MCU started. If you go back and look at it, you know what you're going to get from Jon Favreau, and we got exactly that kind of that. That's why you have the comedy elements to the first Iron Man and all that kind of stuff. They had Joe Johnston do Captain America. They had freaking Kenneth Branagh come in to do Thor. You had the transporter guy come in to do the Hulk movie. What's his name? Paul. He's a French Canadian name.
Louis Leterrier.
Leterrier. Yeah, Leterrier. Like, you had established directors that were very knew what you were going to get with them. Work on the early MCU stuff. You look at the first Avengers movie. You know, you knew what you were getting. You were hiring them based on their body of work and their creative style and direction. And we haven't had that since the phase 3 of the MCU is when the big shift started to happen, and it's kind of worked its way out.
Josh Whedon, did he do any movies besides Firefly?
I don't think so, but they got him for Firefly and Serenity. I think he had a couple of like smaller projects.
Who? Whedon?
Yeah, Whedon.
Yeah. I guess
Let's
Buffy
see what all he was attached to. You know, he had Buffy and Firefly and Serenity, but he also did Dollhouse, which was before that. So he had like this consistent body of work for this kind of genre stuff, you know, that crossover in the comic space and everything. But he pulled off a major win with Avengers. And Age of Ultron, like, it wasn't the first Avengers. Nothing will ever be the first Avengers. But I thought that movie was rock solid across the board.
Yeah. I
think Age of Ultron movie meddling involved in that one a lot.
I don't know. It might have been a lot of committee stuff by that point with how big out the universe was getting.
Yeah, because they were, remember that whole Thor scene where he's when he's taking a bath and stuff like that, and he had the vision of the gems or something like that, and they didn't really touch that. They just kind of, it was there and then it happened, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the line in the sand. It's literally clear as day. 1000% clear as day. If you like keep up with any of the behind the scenes stuff, when Paul Metter left, that was it. Because people didn't know it. Like how right now we have James Gunn and Peter Safran. James Gunn is like your public forward facing guy, and Peter Safran is there. Like there's two heads to the DC studio, where there were two to the MCU studio. And when they outed Perlmutter, that was it. You had unrestrained James Gunn or Kevin Feige, and that's when he was like making the public statements. We're going to shift this all to 50% female characters now, and we're going to do this. And it's like, okay, that's fine. But then the execution of it was terrible, and it just...
And a ton of careers were made off of mocking it.
Mocking, yeah.
Right?
I wonder how many people regret their... Like, how many people were like excited early on? Like, I can't believe I just got a role with Marvel. This is going to be great. And then because of their role with Marvel, they're like, yeah, nah. Like, this doesn't look good on your resume anymore.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
You know, Frank Grillo is pretty outspoken. Not like he was mean about it, but he's talked about how working with Marvel damaged his career because he had to pass up on other projects because of what was contracted to him with the MCU stuff that got changed, and he ended up just getting killed off in an intro to his movie, like where he had not taken other projects to do this, and then like that was kind of shitty. It's kind of like what WB did to Henry Cavill with his convoluted contract where they kept him dangling and stuff. waiting on the next Man of Steel movie that never happened.
Yeah, wasted him.
And wasted so many of his opportunities. So I love seeing that he's got this Warhammer project, because that's a passion project for him. They just wrapped up the Voltron movie that he's leading in, but unfortunately, as many Henry Cavill fans that are out there, they're not actual Henry Cavill fans, because he's never been in anything that's been successful outside of his Superman appearances and Man of Steel and BVS, which are critically not successful.
Let's see how Highlander does.
There's another one. No one showed up for Black Adam despite him being in it. That Guy Ritchie film that just came out wasn't big. Argyle, which I loved. I like Matthew Vaughn as a director. It's just fun. But Cavill stuff historically does awful.
Yeah.
We'll see where it goes.
Witcher stuff was great.
Which one?
The Witcher.
Yeah, and look what happened to that show when he left too. So that he did have a fan base over there, and I'm wondering if that was a lot of Cavill stuff, or if there's like a Witcher fan base built in or something. I wouldn't know. I didn't watch The Witcher. I'm not a Cavill fan. I'm a Superman fan.
It was really good. The first season, at least, I remember being really good.
Yeah, and he left that on creative differences. He drew a line in the stand. He was like, I'm a fan of this property, and I strongly disagree with what y'all are about to do to this property. I cannot be a part of that.
Yeah.
Fans like Cavill as a person, not an actor. That's fair.
That's true. That is true.
There used to be a day where that carried films, though. You remember like the day of the movie star, when people were interested in these actors and actresses, and announcing that they're in your movie had a built-in fan base that would show up for it. It died with Johnny Depp, and I think Tom Cruise is the last person out there. Like Brad Pitt is still a working actor from that era, but he doesn't carry that weight anymore. And F1's a good example of that.
F1 is doing really good though.
F1's doing exactly how I predicted it. It's not tanking, but it's not doing anything like crazy to report on. I think it did 3 worldwide, right?
It did 3. It's gonna. It should be doing more though. I think.
I want to show you guys another reason.
F1 outside of the United States.
I'm sorry. I predicted that F1 would do 3 to 4 worldwide by its final run. It's done 166 worldwide. F1 has only made 166 million on one of the most expensive movies to ever be made, ever. And that's all it's done so far.
So this is before I leave. I just saw this, and this is the reason why DC is winning right now in the comic game, because at least they're trying to do stuff like this. These are popping up everywhere right now. They're popping up all over grocery stores, not
newsstand, baby.
Yeah, not just dollar stores, grocery stores, convenience stores, all over the place. And this is what we need. We need these at movie theaters. These should be at every movie theater that Superman is playing in. They should have one of these, and it should say free on it at the movie theaters. You know what I mean? So hopefully this grows a younger audience. I don't know if it will, but at least they're trying. I don't think anybody else is really trying.
Yeah, just to put everybody in the know, if you go to Look Dine-In Cinemas today at 2 p.m., they are dropping their Superman book. They have a copy of Superman Unlimited #1 that this theater chain saw what Big Time Collectibles does with their logo covers and stuff, and they thought it was a good idea. They actually reached out to Big Time Collectibles and asked if it would be in poor taste or what they thought about it, and they commissioned their own variant cover to coincide with the movie. So they're going to sell a Kryptonite Green, which your boy is the original idea person behind that logo variant all the way back to over a year and a half ago. I was talking to Nelson when he did that first gold foil CGC limited to 300 Superman book. I'm like, bro, I love it. I need a green one. I'm very biased to green. But Look Dine-In Theater will have it 2 p.m. today. It goes on sale. And BTC will have a limited number as well. And I'm waiting on Nelson to confirm.
Awesome.
If it'll go up on his website.
I'm gonna go check that out because that's definitely something to report on. That's a good thing. I'd love to
Can
see.
you do me a favor and wait till after 2 p.m. to report on it?
Of course.
Yeah, we got 10 people watching right now. You know what I mean? Like, I got to get my copy, bro.
All right, guys. Good seeing
All right,
you.
guys. Yeah, we're gonna cut it off there. Finn's up. I'm about to go hang out with him. It's the 4th. Appreciate everybody jumping on and hanging out. There's no In the Mix tonight. Remember, we're on break from that for now. But I'll be live Sunday. If you didn't already enter, this is literally it. You're in the final countdown. Go enter the Epic Summer giveaway. Just go find this video back in my videos from like last month or so. Celebrating all the movies dropping this month, the good, bad, and the indifferent. And we're going to be drawing all the winners this Sunday during the live stream. So I hope everybody can make it. Until next time, remember, John told you he has friends, so that means he has friends.